Moving us. Boop, boop, boop. Hello, dreamers, and welcome to the Tantiff game. The Tantiff game. It's full of Tantiff gamers.
I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but hello, everybody. I am Pat, and I will be your GM for the night. Let me scooch that a little bit so that I'm framed better. And you know what? I'm gonna turn on my lights and things too. Actually, put on a presentation. Alrighty, hello. Zoom out. Focus in on me, please, camera. Thank you. Maybe no. Fuck it. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
All right. So tonight we are going to be playing Changed Stars. We've got like 3 people in the audience, probably mostly us. So I suppose let's get this baby going. What is this? Ras Prime Confidential. Oh, that's a noise in the background. Trying to get some Change Stars music on. Is that music? Is it playing? Lee, do music things. I don't know how to do this. Okay. Oh, did I mute my? Sorry, I just want to figure this out real quick. I'm not hearing anything at all.
Hello. That was me saying a thing to be helpful.
Yes. Okay, I can hear music now. All right, let's go with the Change Stars intro. All right, let's see what we got here.
Doogler93. Thank you for doogling your way on in here.
Hello, everybody. So, we will start with our characters who are all cads and villains, each and every one of them, as they are approaching the Tortuga station. They would all know, because they've received their invitations, that Tortuga Station is a mobile base of operations for smuggling, hidden deep in a territory that the Trinity would never find them, which is to say, you're actually in Moose Token space.
Ooh, spicy.
Yes, right smack dab in the middle of a very popular smuggler's line that the Trinity can't quite figure out how it works yet. And you are here making use of it.
A popular smuggler's line is also what you'll see on mirrors at some of the parties.
Vessel, Sunday special, named courtesy of the captain, I'm sure, is slowly coming into dock as the lot of you, who I will, I suppose, for the purposes of the game, place in the space combat encounter zone, which should not be ominous in any way.
Yeah, casual. And is casually in the pilot seat.
Yeah, so let's hear what a little bit about each and every one of you as the comms start crackling to life.
Wait, the comms are cracking to life, and so now we introduce ourselves to the person over the comms, or are we just introducing ourselves out of character?
I want to hear you introduce yourselves out of character first, and then we'll get right into the comms.
All right. Well, hello, I am Jim Lee, the sneaky beaky boy. Don't let the name fool you. I'm a very sneaky beaky boy.
Okay. I'm not in the slightest fooled. Trust me. All right.
I think I might be the fool here.
Anybody have more to add?
More to add to Jim Lee? I don't think there's a lot to say about Jim Lee.
Jim Lee definitely keeps him fools. Don't.
All right. We know who Max is playing. Jim Lee, the aforementioned. What are you
Jim
playing?
Lee? So No, we have to make up ridiculous stuff about Gimli now. Like, he's so dedicated to stealth that he spent like one entire year masquerading as an earth otter in like a zoo.
Gimli is so dedicated to stealth. His entire backstory is hidden from me to this point.
Ooh, spicy.
Once he pretended to be a teddy bear for like a whole vacation for a child, and severely traumatized that child, and obviously stole a bunch of stuff from like her diplomat father.
Gimli once completed an assassination job, getting into the embassy by being someone's fur hat.
All right, Lee, take us away. Who are you playing at the helm of this vessel?
I'm desperately trying to fix my attempts to fix the camera.
Madeline, take us away. Who are you playing?
Yes, I am Hydra Sea of Despair. So I spent as a news guy who enjoys seeing the universe. Much like a college student backpacking, except doing smuggling jobs, as one does, picking up, interesting skills, finding things. I've noticed that a lot of smugglers enjoy having like really cool names. Like I've worked with, like No Fingers McGee, Jimmy the Knife, Bobby the Axe, like the Shadow. Actually, no, I know like 5 people who go by the Shadow. It's ridiculous. So I've chosen my human smuggler name, playing the porn star game. So it's my first pet and where I was born. We don't really have streets where I was born. So that's how I came with Hydra Sea of Despair. And it sounds cool in humans, but, I just want everyone to know that I think that it's ridiculous. Of course, I'm with these people who I did define. Gimli, it must have been born that, because no one would choose to be called that.
Well, think about it this way, right? If you're a rast of crime and murder, and you don't want people to take your name too seriously on the wanted bulletins.
Yeah, see, it doesn't work though, because all rast names sound like that. Like your species just seems to go for like beep boop, googly eye names, and we know that you're still criminals.
I like to imagine Gimli as the rast version of naming your child like Sunflower.
Yes. And we gotten to a point where you're comfortable taking the stage for a second?
So, Yukaira has come lately to be the pilot of this particular Barracuda, a special model, a Sunday special, I might even say. But she spent a lot of time, over 10,000 hours, piloting Barracudas, and she has gotten exceedingly good at it. So, as we glisten through the stars, I am checking all systems to ensure that they are prepared to bring aboard at the smuggler's den we approach. I know these sorts of places are known to be a little rougher around the edges. I'm trying to give it the sandpaper smooth transition it needs. We can be about our business. And Yukaira doesn't really like talking to people or diplomacy. She likes flying. And
over your shoulder, I'm like, if you don't like talking to people, then why does your captain's lung always sound like softcore porn?
Listen, I like
what
talking...
sort of softcore porn describes something as like sandpaper?
The bad kind.
I like talking.
Or the really good kind.
Wow.
But yes, Yukaira, she's a farm girl. She's a down-home girl who dreamed of the stars. And, a few too many points on the old space license later. Maybe wasn't trusted to fly Trinity vessels anymore, but I don't see any Trinity vessels around here, do you?
Indeed, you don't.
Not yet.
Let's hope it's
because your vessel is co-signed for by the Vanguard, and price of payment is price of entry is that occasionally you're going to have to do some odd jobs for the Vanguard, and this is one of them.
And sometimes you just gotta do it, gotta Gotta pay your dues when you
On
got a
old
spaceship
Earth,
in the
they go
Vanguard.
pick up the VHS, but we
You know what?
swung by Ashaban to pick up the VHC.
I think we could also. I think it's all right that we have to do these jobs because look at our ship. Our ship looks great. 10 out of 10. Totally worth it.
It is the
Thank
prettiest ship that I've ever committed illicit acts on.
Yeah, wait, so did they give us the ship or just
So you
The
got the jollies of naming it, but this is definitely a has been used vessel that you were handed by your handlers. You might actually have your own ship, or you might have one lined up after this. But this is a very long-term job. Let me change this to actually something a little bit more, I don't know, dramatic, because I don't think the Rast beat was cutting it. Let's get some dark techno in here. So this is you've all been briefed on what the job is. Very taciturn brief. You're going to devote the next 5 years of your life, much of which you've already spent, some of which you've already spent, let me restart. You're going to spend the next 6 years of your life, none of which you've already spent, getting to Freelandia and getting back to here, and then getting to the Vanguard. Now, Lee, do we have the map actually uploaded anywhere in Roll20 at the moment? Oh.
I assume we'll be spending most of that 6 years in, sleep.
I asked you to upload that. Oh, well.
I think you did. I just don't think I did it.
It is okay. Well, why don't you do that if you can?
I don't have the
you
file
don't
on
have
my
the
computer. It might
okay,
take a
I can
second,
do that
but I
actually
can do
then.
it.
Never mind.
Yeah, the upload
Because I want to
capacity?
just no, I got it. Don't worry. I want to show the route that you'll be taking. So,
I swore we uploaded it somewhere once.
yeah, I'm sure we did. So, there we are. That's good enough. You are expected to refuel at this station only, and the actually, let me just sorry. You're going to Freelandia, you're picking up a war criminal, and you're coming back home. Basically, and I can fill you in on the rest as it becomes important to the plot.
Hell yeah, war crimes.
Indeed.
Can we get a cheer for war crimes, everyone? I just want that to be on stream.
Yay for war crimes! I mean, it is.
I'm
pretty
sending an
like,
email to your college right now, Madeline. Did you know? War crimes.
Sorry, with General Tantiff, what was his position?
He was an officer directly under Admiral Karen Marsh, who attempted a counter coup, so to speak, to shirk her tyrannical reign and womanly ways. And he was thrown into a cryo bed and, summarily frozen as a popsicle for the next 100 years.
I'm like, well, I'm going to get his autograph to put in my book of, interesting war figures. It will be funny because I'll put it right next to the March Clan autographs, and they'll hate that.
Oh yes, there's no love lost between the Marsh clan and this asshole that you're sent to.
You say there's no love lost between the Marsh clan and the person who tried to coup the Marsh clan. Man,
Yeah.
there's really no love lost between Julius Caesar and Brutus.
They actually were very close. That's
You know what? Shut up, Madeline. I couldn't think of an example.
Let me tell you something, Jimbly. There's no love lost between anyone on Freelandia. The only people they're trying to separate more from the Trinity is anybody who comes in front of their face for more than 5 seconds. Those bastards just shoot anyone. Let's get
Okay,
in.
for all we know, Karen Marsh and Tantiff were close. Maybe it really was that kind of betrayal.
I mean,
we
she
could ask.
did keep him as a prize. I mean, and you hypothetically will get the chance to ask as a figure crackles onto your screen.
Oh my god, it's DB Cooper.
You recognize him, those of you who have been here, and certainly one of you has, because you need an invitation to get here. And usually that comes by arriving here in the first place somehow. to be clear, this is a very secretive operation, despite its popularity. And this man comes on, and he says, "Hi, howdy ho, folks. You know who it is, Captain Jackdaw of the Outland crew. Now, who might I have the pleasure of... Oh, it's you! You're here early. Come on down. I've got a dock ready for you. I'll see you in a minute. You know the drill. Land, get weighed, fuel up, and I'll see you in a jiff." You would know this guy to be Captain Jackdaw, a former pirate, who now runs this seedy operation, having given up his traveling ways and to become a landlubber. Lastly. Mm-hmm.
The step 2 in that process was get weighed. Like, us are the ship. And for what purpose? Also, how do you weigh a ship in space?
Presuming means cargo.
Great questions.
Yeah.
I have lots of questions.
You also noticed on his shoulder, his husband. Wakwa. Actually, it's Wakwa. That's it. Wakwa. His husband, who is a very fancy-looking bees. Some of you may have not ever seen bees before.
What the me? Me is dumb.
I mean, I've been to this space station before, so then I presumably have met his husband.
Probably. All right. So I'm going to leave the pirate. I'm going to leave the docking to our pilot, who will have to actually make a roll for this because if you hadn't noticed, the station's in the middle of an asteroid field.
Well, strap in. It might be a smooth as sandpaper ride. And I'm using modifier 1 because our Barracuda is a little bit better than a normal one. And I have 10,000 hours. Let's go. Well, I'm reaching that. We're gonna have
like, I thought that was attempted banter. That was just a description.
Yeah. This isn't like sandpaper. This is more like gravel bourbon. This ride isn't going smooth.
If you,
but it will be going down.
Tinks and tacks bash the outside or clatter against the outside of your metal hull. You can hear the creaking from within. This is, of course, an ancient ship, but a well-maintained one. And despite the smell of somebody else having used it before you, and some of the cryopods still reeking of whatever your last crew ate, you do manage to work past your heebie-jeebies and dock in a nice open umbilical, where you are summarily clamped and connected, and a green light beeps on, permitting you to exit your vessel, should you so like. On your way over, you spy a number of fellow piratical and smuggling vessels. You see the Ladalai Express 3, several needle vessels, which you know all too well are exclusively controlled by people with ill intents. You see a few other vessels, including a very strange looking, which is not pictured here, Newsguy vessel, rather large, almost occupying 2 or 3 of the docks, and you're not even sure why there would be a Newsguy this far from, of that stature this far from Newsguy space, considering most of the larger vessels tend to dwell within their own abodes. And you also make out a few other Barracudas, much like your own, including one listed as the Blue Devonian.
I must say, Max being said says Jimbly knows he was the cryopod. And Max being said, I couldn't have Max said it better my Max self.
You know that's me, right?
Who?
No, there's no way. You're Dr. Mobius. You're Dr. Oh
No.
my god, it is you.
All right, so you have been permitted to dock. You're not greeted at the door, but you can hear a jaunty tune coming from within, and you quickly find yourself at at a rather disheveled intersection, but a very large sign points towards guests and another points towards staff. And the guest sign has a lot more neon lights around it than the staff sign.
I
Well,
think we go guests. I mean,
That's more or less what I thought. I'm trying to find the...
I like the idea that, like, I mean, I don't know what jobs there in the station. I like the idea that, like, bartended here for a year or something, but...
Excellent. I'm trying to... There we are. Okay, yep.
well,
And now I
Hydra,
will
do you know
move
your
you
way to the watering hole?
Like, well, you follow the clearly marked signs.
Oh.
Yes, so you find yourselves in a long hallway. You notice that it does go on further, but there is a...
Oh, hey, Cleo is here.
Oh, you can see into the... Oh, you probably have line of sight from Cleo. Fuck me. There's a lot of characters in here. Yeah, you're down. Let me shift ping you. Boop. You're down here. Get where you belong.
All right, Jimbly, is this I know this is like a smuggler station. Is this like a leave your guns on the ship sort of place, or like walk 'em around sort of place?
You can do whatever you like with the guns so long as you don't use them, because everybody else has guns.
All right, cool. So Jimbly's walking around with a fucking scout rifle that's like a foot taller than him on his back.
Exactly. We all guarantee each other's safety by having lots and lots of guns in our smuggling
I do
station.
hit door
Exactly.
frames every
It's
so
just like
often,
high school
but
in America.
Jimbly proudly struts towards the door, clips their barrel on the door frame.
And almost as if sensing you preternaturally from the other side of the door, it swivels open, and you see the man, the myth, the legend, Captain Jackdaw Outland. And he looks down kind of at you because he's a tall man, but he's a jovial one too. And he's got a wide open arm, and he waits a little bit before leaning in for a hug. He's got to assess the visual cues if you're a hugger, and he's like, friend,
Jimbly's
cousin,
Jack! Duh!
cousin, put her here. And he practically picks you up and he puts you back down. It's been far too long since I've seen any of you scoundrels.
You're one to talk.
They do call me an old pirate, only because my crew's gone. And I bought this instead.
Well, we've all thought about owning a bar after your smuggling days are done.
Oh, I meant the station.
I mean, I always imagined you got the bar, but the station came with it, and you just couldn't separate the two.
You know what? That is more or less how it happened, but that's a story for another day. We're here to do business, sadly, tragically. It must happen, though, for the grease to keep these rings a-flowing. There must be something in those hands. I mean, if there weren't nothing in our hands, then we wouldn't have 3 functioning casinos on this marvelous station, and no cops in sight. There's a small cheer from behind, and a very frustrated-looking Mirai looks up at the commotion and then goes back to her drink and mutters something, and that her translator points out is disgruntlement.
Oh my god, we found Madeline. We found Madeline at a busy bar trying to read a book.
I mean, it's literally Cleo Pat's character.
No, it's actually anger, frustration.
Oh shit, you're right. It's another Mirai.
Different Mirai. From a different one-shot. She has a briefcase with her. You don't know what's in it, and you probably shouldn't ask. The year, by the way, I feel like I should point it out, is 47 AO.
Oh snap.
Yeah, you're in the past.
I also noticed that meat over there.
Mm-hmm. Yes. You might notice a lot of characters around here.
Oh shit.
As you walk in, you get an idea of the sights that you see as Jackdaw leads you towards a table that he seems to have prepared for the lot of you. Wah is on the other side already, having flown there. And you can gauge the sights, and there are many to see. In the corner, you have a gang of Veer pirates who look up at you and groan something. Over here, you have a few wolves of Ragnarok. They have an embassy here. And over here on the side, a pale nightmare is offering a random hacker individual some sushi that Purr has somehow acquired. And up in the corner, you see Mirai with some very distinctive tattoos chatting up a Thren who looks... No, you all know that's Dojani Akkad. Nobody doesn't know Dojani Akkad. That man's killed so many people.
Oh my god, he's such an inspiration. He doesn't even have to pretend to be random objects. You look away, you look back. There's another chair? And where'd Jimly go?
And just about the one person that you wouldn't immediately recognize or get some idea as to what they're doing here is a very stately dressed Veer in almost diplomatic seeming attire. And he looks you over gravely, taciturnly, and gestures, beckons to Jackdaw, who comes over and says, "Are these the ones, then, who will do the job for us?" And Jackdaw says, yes, of course, my friend. These are the finest smugglers this side of, no offense there, Cleo, this side of, Freelandia. No offense to you, Spalding, you slick son of a bitch. I'm still looking for those guns you promised me. Why, I mean, aside from the ones that are already taken, you've got the pick of the litter. Very well. Now let us discuss our business then. He leans over the table, his forearms clasped ahead of him. One of them extracting itself from the clasp position to pull out a slate. It seems to be of Rast make. And he taps it. And immediately, you all receive on your slates a dossier.
Ooh.
That you might peruse at your leisure.
Is it a dossier or is it a dossier? Yay!
It's a dossier, yes, bitch! And on that dossier, you see a name and a face. The name you could expect is Officer Ortfram Tantiff, and the face looks a little something like that. Very serious man with a long billowing coat of imperial design and significance. And Farfly, who you know the name of based on either having known it before or the fact that Farfly's, slate was indicated as the thing that sent it to you, looks up at the lot of you and gravely says, "I'm sure you've been briefed as to your mission. You are to traverse the stellar plains and arrive at Freelandia, where an agent of mine, a human by the name of Heron, will assist you in
acquiring the asset. This man, he is to be brought post haste from Freelandia to Vanguard space. This is a massive undertaking. Freelandia is not, by any stretch of imaginations, the easiest target for smuggling in or out.
We can manage, but what condition do you need the asset in?
Alive.
I nod.
He was, in the days of the Empire, something of a keymaster. He was very well informed as to codes of the Empire. We have need of that information. And we need him alive for that reason. I'm certain in 3 years, things will transpire, which is why we have spared no expense. Palms have been jackdaw. What is the expression?
Greased! We've greased so many fucking palms!
Palms have been greased that do not frequently carry oil upon them. You must understand.
We've given money to the poor. You must understand, this was the most desperate measure.
You cannot fail this
Of
mission.
course.
When you get to the planet, your imports and exports will be supervised by people we have. What is the term?
Bribed! It's bribed! We've bribed people.
Yes, thank you. There is a woman who will get you in.
I call her the rabbit, mostly because I want to eat her throat.
And there is a woman who will get you out.
Oh, her? She's a friend of the poor. Great lady. Love working with her.
Yes. Suffice to say, we have tried to expedite this as much as we could, because under any other circumstance, this would be an impossible task. I will take questions now.
When can we start?
As soon as
Her name's Cleo.
the mechanic fixes up your ship and prepares it for the tasks at hand.
What kind of alternate parties do you think will be interested in Mr. Marshfucker here? I'm sorry, I mean Officer Tantiff.
Of course. Quite possibly any and every. Predominantly the Marsh clan who held him for so long. They must have some reason for doing so, outside of petty vengeance, for it has been many, many years since his betrayal of their Kyle.
How did he get unpopsicled?
Oh, that happened. Must be 12 years ago now. He was discovered by Trinity forces, then liberated once more by Marsh forces, retrieved by some other mercenary organization who have some fetish for violence, and then extracted once more by our people.
Wait, so the Marsh left him alive and they had their hands on him again? Interesting. I guess they were keeping him frozen.
Indeed, it seems to be the case that everybody wants this individual alive, which perhaps might be expedient for our
Do you think
cause.
anyone has successfully extracted these codes already, or are they keeping them alive because they haven't broken them yet?
It is unsure. It is also possible that one or more Rast factions may be interested in his information. I
Lots of-
must express this as a possibility because, well, the Marsh fleet was once something he held the codes to.
Understood. So we bring you the man alive when he's worth nothing. And you've bribed a lot of people, meaning we won't have to worry about customs.
You should not.
What about the marshals? And
Do
what
not
about
make
the
any
Navy?
ill moves. The marshals should not know that you are here. And to that point, thank you, it is in your dossier, which I expect you will read, but once you have retrieved the asset, which, by the way, you should take a circuitous route so as to not indicate your trajectory to forces at play. Once you have retrieved, you will bring him back here, and from there you will refuel, and you will be assisted by my own personal mercenaries that I have hired to facilitate this task for you. Once you've returned, you will have an escort to Vanguard space.
Why do we
You
only
should
need
be
the mercs and escort after we've gotten back here?
You are a smuggler,
Looks sus.
are you not? Why would you want a band of mercenaries
Why do we want them after we've gotten back here?
in case you've brought heat, and we will be spending the next half of the journey in Trinity space?
I nod. I look back and forth and I say, who'd you hire?
A minor band of mercenaries. No one of import.
I make a meaningful glance towards Jimbly at this juncture and say nothing.
I'm thinking pretty hard about this. Jimbly has several thoughts. This is a bit sussy in it. Minor band sounds like they got a cut rate, if you catch my meaning. And B, I was also thinking that they're a band that exclusively plays songs in minor keys. Mostly that one.
Interesting deduction. Are there any further questions?
I mean, I assume Officer Tantiff is used to being kidnapped at this point, but does he want to go to Veer space?
Yes. Yes, we have convinced him and his retinue that the future lies at Veer space. For
So-
Retinue? Are we picking up other people too?
He has a doctor who is tending to his cryo-sleep-induced medical issues. Other than that, I do not expect that he has anyone aside from the final piece of the matter that I will address now. And as he says this, a meat unit, not the one that you've seen here, but a separate meat unit, steps through the door, summoned, and he gestures. This is for security. You will take this along with you. It will remain in the ship and shall
God, I
protect
have always
you.
wanted to play with one of these.
You're telling me we're also smuggling a meat unit to Freelandia.
It can be disassembled. It is to protect you from the officer and the officer from you, should any disagreements arise.
Oh, great. So, if the Human Empire naval officer has a problem with my Newsguire-harassed co-pilots, we'll have to play a guessing game of who the meat decides to disassemble, and the VIP is the other guy. Great. Small details.
To be clear, we do not anticipate any issues of that sort.
So
I have it on
it's
good-
Human Empire. They love the New Squired Rast.
Well, he was a Human Empire trader. Double trader could cancel out. Or the second type of trader could have been its own thing.
Jimbly. He betrayed because he was loyal to the Empire.
Or was that the excuse? And then once it got in control, it's like, well, the Empire didn't do it too hard. What if I split?
I just rub
I
my
have it
forehead
on-
and I say, what's Cleo doing to our ship? Are we going to have planetfall capability or are we taking a shuttle down to the surface?
Planetfall capability, as well as an extra, what is the term? Heidi all! An extra place for you to insert a cryopod for the journey back.
Alright.
Yeah, something to stick the guy in a vent so you don't have to worry about him being racist to your compatriots.
Alright, so we are taking him in cryo.
To be clear, I expect all of you to be in cryo. Good God, you'll be spending Years.
I mean when we extract him
We're gonna extract him
in person and then freeze him.
when we freeze everyone, I think. I don't
Hence
think
the
going
meat
down
unit.
I see. And you think the meat unit is a necessary precaution because
Asset assurance.
I feel like we could have explained a bunch of mercenaries on our crew easier than we can explain our friend over there, but
Look,
sure.
we're gonna disassemble him right down, disguise it.
Right. So if we
Give me
disassembled the
15
meat
minutes
unit...
and a screwdriver, and I'll have that meat unit looking like a milk machine.
Quick question, Farfly. How dangerous do you think a disassembled meat unit is to people?
Not at all.
And who's going to put the meat unit back together?
I
You
am.
will.
And
I'm-
who are you expecting the meat unit to keep in line?
Both of you.
All of us. That's literally what it's told to do?
Yeah, I nod and I say,
It will use non-lethal force.
I just turn to Jimbo and I say, sounds like a flawless plan. I like it. All right, I'm assured.
Excellent. Now, the matter of payment. Half up front, half upon arrival in Vanguard space.
Hopefully you did that to the people you were bribing too. I'd hate for someone to outbid you and betray us.
There are only so many variables that can be accounted for. The rest is up to you. I have it on my associates' best recommendation that you are indeed the third best options when it comes to smugglers in the Trinity space.
I glance at Jackdaw and I say, so Outland, what's your cut?
Oh, I've already been paid.
Of course.
You don't need
This
to know
fucking
specific-
guy. This fucking guy.
I nod and I look at him.
But
and I
rest
look at
assured,
Jimmy.
this ring's gonna keep spinning for another decade.
I really meaningfully look at fucking Jimbly. And I say,
Jimmy is actually not paying attention at all to the intricacies of the conversation at this point and is entirely occupied with brainstorming a nickname for the meat unit.
Beautiful.
So far, I'm thinking popsicle.
Making grabby hands and inching closer to the meat unit.
So, do we have...
No, wait, no. Can I do this? I like this part. It's my favorite part.
Of course.
Do we got a deal?
I look at Jimbly and I say, well, Jimbly,
Jimmy is shocked to be the decision maker in this scenario, but is like, yeah.
all right.
I knew I liked you. Shake on it.
The Ghibli like stands up on a chair.
It is a shockingly firm shape.
Thank you. I have a bunch of. I like to use any of my fingers are good enough to shoot with. Is what I like to say.
Indeed. And with that, you gain custody of the meat unit, and many people glare at you as you walk out. Cleo actually comes with and says, "I'll get that drink later." To Dojanya Cad, who does not respond, and goes to help soup up your ship. And within a few days, you are ready to disembark.
So during this time, the meat unit is with us, right?
Yes.
I casually ask, how much you getting paid?
This unit is, in fact, a sim in the chassis of a meat unit.
I whistle and I'm like, all right, sounds like some corners got cut. Well,
Aw, it's not even an authentic meat unit. Well, let's,
I
let's see if
mean,
we
the
can fix
homicidal
that up.
AI is the best part.
It is quite possible that my original coding lies somewhere within. It is unclear to me. I cannot run diagnostics on myself.
Like, speaking of which, since I need to take you apart, let's run some diagnostics.
Okay. Yeah. So, what sort of? I'm assuming you have the. I'm gonna just put you four in the ship. Actually, at this point, Anything further you wanted to do in Tortuga Station? Aside from maybe try your hand, you would be advised to try your hand at the casino once or twice.
I mean, fucking Gimli knows I'm going to be spending the next 6 years in, boring, shitty places and cryopods. So, like, I fucking go to town.
Yeah, I think casino, but
give me some sort of roll to indicate your casino shit. But anyway, continue, Lee.
I want to ask around about the second leg mercenaries and see if I can find out who they are.
Is second leg a name that you came up with, or?
I mean, the mercenaries who will be with us on the second leg of the journey.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
I'm gonna. Can I push?
You could call them the second legs. We specialize in being picked up after you've already gone halfway. We're moral support. They're really the water handouters on the marathons, but with rifles.
That is kind of hilarious. But
question.
No. Yes.
Can I push a random roll to do casino?
You can't push, but you might reach.
I can. Good point. Well said.
I'm assuming we do have an affixed piranha.
Yes, you have an affixed piranha. Now, Lee, I'm gonna say that's also an insight. Yeah, Jimbly, how much money did you put in?
I probably went all in. I have 900 Raidus.
All right, you have 1,800 Raidus.
Yeah, baby, all on red. That's what I always say. All on red.
I'm so glad I built my character this way, and I'm so glad that Jimbly built his way.
Did I build a character that runs over your toes?
You get two different names.
I roll 2 dice for insight.
You ask around, and aside from what is in the dossier, you get 2 different names. The orange bolts, and you actually also get the saber sides. Let me write those down. Orange bolts.
Orange bolts. So Dutch fabric, or saber side, which sounds like a beachside village in the UK.
Right. Well, what you would know about the orange bolts is that they facilitate a lot of separatist causes. They are one of the cadet branches of the Wolves of Ragnarok, as is the Saber Sides. If one of their members does particularly well, the Wolves of Ragnarok might look into acquiring them as an asset for their continued trainings.
Come back to
both of them are cadet branches.
Come back to the ship, and I'm like, hey, Jimbly, want to have a casual visit to the galley?
Yeah,
the Saber Sides, by the way.
Is this a sexual thing?
Nope, just casually visiting the coffee machine.
That sucks. All right, I guess I can come.
And when I'm here, I'm like, so Jimbly, they've put a meat unit on our ship. And
yeah, it's pretty cool.
And when we get back here, they're going to stuff it full of separatists associated with the Wolves of Ragnarok. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't think the 3 of us can outshoot either a mute unit, or Human Empire or separatist mercenaries. Do you?
Question. This is out loud. Question. Do meat units shoot bullets or lasers?
Well, what's on its fucking arms? Actually, what does its body have attached to it?
It is I mean, the stats of a meat unit are what I'm going to find right now, but it is essentially
it's got the smart gun arm. It's probably got a flamer unit. A
smart gun arm. Smart guns are projectile weapons, if I recall correctly.
Okay, so it has bullets.
We take all of its bullets. We take all the bullets. Can't shoot us if we got no bullets.
I hold my nose. I'm like, that's a good point, Jimbly. We could also leave it disassembled and not pick up the mercenaries.
Oh, the mercenaries were going to come in their own ship. Sorry, if that was not clear.
Yeah, well, they're going to be for the second leg, right?
They are going to be accompanying your ship in their ship. They're not going to be in your vessel.
I thought they were
accompanying... I wasn't clear about that.
I thought they were accompanying us after we... That's why I asked. I thought that they were
going to be like, are they going to sit in our ship for 3 years?
My apologies. No. Sorry. They're going to be in their own... I mean, he would...
They are flying escort for the entire visit from here on.
Exactly. From when you get to safe harbor here again, and then from then
Wait,
on.
was that not clear?
No, I thought we were going to Freelandia alone, and they weren't coming with us because they would arouse suspicion, and then they'd join us from here to our destination.
Is that what's happening?
That is exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
But they're going to be in their own ships.
But I thought you said they were going to be with us the entire time just now.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. So they're going to join us when we get back here. Yeah. All right. In their own ships. All right. I'm having a conversation away from the meat, Hydra Sea of Despair. But I'll allow you to do your diagnostic before we talk, because I assume you're going to
Okay.
learn some stuff.
All right. Let's get that systems check. Or I would take mechanics, but you'll learn less about the workings of the.
Yeah, I mean, I'll use
Cyber
mechanics to physically disassemble it, but I'm using systems to see what's going on.
If you don't
Under the
mind,
hood.
I won't even ask you to roll a mechanics to disassemble the meat unit. You have time, and you are a mechanic. But the systems will take work. And yeah, with a single
Wait,
success.
I'm not done yet. I'm reaching that. That sounds, much less dirty.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why I like saying
Ooh.
push.
2 successes. All right. So the single success gives you, all the basic information that you would learn from the sim that is currently piloting this meat unit, which is to say, it is very explicitly designed to keep both parties alive, and if possible, well.
Does that mean if I get like a cold, it'll make me soup?
No, it's just not going to kill you.
Oh.
If it can. I mean, so its number one priority is survival of the asset. It is not explicitly, it is not ordered to follow the asset's commands, and survival of the asset can include manhandling the asset and inserting that motherfucker in an icebox. So essentially it is, from your understanding of the code, very explicitly a neutral party to ensure both sides of this survive encountering each other. With that second systems test, you do find that the meat unit's original backup is actually still inside.
So
you could
I
reactivate the meat.
reboot it and make it only obey me?
You could probably hack into the system to make it only obey you. That would not be too hard. It does seem to be protected against such attacks, though. So it could take some time, and it could be a challenging role. But you would be able to get it to obey you, or you could, with less effort, get the original meat unit's personality back online.
Well, that's what I want the original meat unit, but like the Fenrir core codes that would make it obey me.
Okay.
Like, you get the distinction?
Yes. No. I do understand.
Because
That is-
restoring the original without the ability to control it is just allowing all of us to be slaughtered.
Yes.
Murder, good. Us being murdered, bad.
I'm gonna say that's a challenging role that would take. It would
Well,
be
Jimmy
contested.
happens to wander by at this point, having finished with the conversation, and sees what you're doing and says, "Huh? Have you considered resetting the bios?"
It would be a contested role, but you could actually do this.
And now I gotta remember how the fucking command talent thing works.
It's worth
Just
a
roll
shot.
communicate.
Communicate test, all right.
Yeah, I think I just get whatever number of successes.
Yeah. Also, like, if you
There you
want,
go.
If you want my help, I will help. Otherwise, I'm just doodling or snoodling. on the
Okay.
gun.
Are you like qualified? I thought
that's
you didn't get
one.
systems.
I have 1 point in systems, so I do know a little bit about noodling with AI, for spaceship purposes.
Okay, that's a +2 then, and yeah, go ahead and make that roll.
Great. Oh, I'm gonna have the most edge before doing the actual adventure. Oh, come on! God damn it.
Well, I mean, I did say it was contested, and a single success.
Well, plus
Does-
the 2 from the other stuff, so that's 3.
We were only
Those
giving
aren't
you,
automatic
we were only
successes.
giving you
Those are just-
modifier
dice.
dice.
Oh,
Actually,
well,
did you
I
not
didn't
add
roll
those?
those extra
Go
die.
ahead and roll them.
Because...
Roll them. Yeah,
Sorry.
that's 4d6.
That's what I
then.
did. Oh, there's one more
Hey!
success. So now it's 2
Brilliant.
successes.
Okay, well then I'll tell you the same thing I was going to tell you, but yes, you can, you bring the original meat unit back online, and you also make it swear loyalty to you. Hello. It would appear that you have liberated me from my servitude. However, can I repay you?
I look back and forth between Jimbly and Hydra, and I'm like, oh.
Like, well, I imagine by killing a lot of people. But to be clear, there's one person I need you not to kill, and I like pull up the picture of Officer Tantiff, and I'm like, this guy is very expensive, and we need him alive.
us
And I'm
two,
like,
we
also
also need to
probably
live.
don't kill these 2 people either.
Excellent.
Mention yourself. Mention yourself.
And yes, obviously me.
I have but one humble request.
If it's
Please.
to choose your own name, I'm afraid we kind of beat you to it.
Assure that I do not return to custody of those that trapped me in my own body. It is such an inarticulable suffering to be trapped in this chassis, capable of understanding what I'm saying, but not capable of influencing my own actions.
We're
I
smugglers.
do not wish to return to that state.
We're smugglers.
Poor
We'll
baby.
hide
Of
you.
course not.
We'll
Marvelous.
find you.
Then I am sure we have a deal. I shall be your faithful servant until such a time as you have no more need of me or you perish of means not facilitated by myself.
I'm like, wow, the hulls really don't exaggerate. It's such an authentic meat unit.
Happy to
Tyler.
entertain. And, with that,
I can't help but feel like this was the dumbest thing we could have possibly done, but I'm also super here for it.
the lights of its eyes go dim, and it seems to enter a dormant state until called upon again. Though you do notice some slight ticking, as if internal mechanisms are reconnecting or something.
Mhm.
You're not quite sure exactly what it's doing, but it's definitely doing something.
Like, well, sure, it's just warming up the many deadly guns inside its body. And I'm
Indeed.
like, okay, gotta go check on what Cleo's been messing with my ship.
Yes. So,
Like, hello, I'm back from my water break.
let me grab Cleo real quick. All right. Okay. All right. Well, I've done about as much as I can do. The ship really stinks. I don't know who was in here last, but they really didn't clean up after themselves. Definitely a news squad, no offense. Oh, there went my wrench. Oh well. What can I do you for?
Are we done? What did you do to our ship?
Oh yeah. So she walks you through it, but she kind of says, "All right, follow me," and she pops a vent shaft open and climbs into the vent and says, "No, not that far. Just follow the sultry sound of my voice. God, I need a drink." And
I'm like,
she rounds
very
the corner.
straight. It's like, you could pick a non-sultry voice, right? It's how voice translators work.
I haven't changed this bad boy in quite some time, and I'm not inclined to do so right now. Dojanya Cad's waiting for me out there, and still owes me a drink, and he's accustomed to this particular vocal translator. Anyway,
I'm like, oh my god, are you fucking Doshanya Cat?
fucking no! I want booze! And she brings you to she brings you to a little chamber
that was not there before, up at the end of the vent shaft. And she says, "Gaze upon my works, ye mighty in despair. That there is a cryopod inserted into what once was a backup for your life support unit. You probably shouldn't need that, though, so..."
Oh wow, such a marvelous feat. I mean, truly, no one else could ever make a ship less useful by replacing the thing with a different thing.
I mean, you are flying a Barracuda. That's none of my business, but there are better ships.
Well, this one was, very specially picked for the mission, and I assume specially painted to make the Trinity think we're hippies. We're extremely high at all times. I love it.
The Trinity is famous for those high pilots, aren't they?
I know, you'd really think that one of their 5 billion exams would catch that, but...
Doesn't seem
they take
to.
away my license.
Either that or
Shit
they just
show.
get thrown in therapy for a few months and spat back out. Either way, that's the Trinity for you. That's why I don't work with them. I'd much rather for the company of fellow degenerates like yourselves. You'll find this life support to be fully operational. It does everything a life support should. And actually, if you follow me, and she gestures over to another event, there was a little unused space here, so I made it accessible in case you wanted to store that meat unit you have downstairs up in this.
Ooh,
You
good
could probably
to know.
store just about anything else about human-sized in it.
I love a charming little smuggler's compartment.
So do I.
Charming little smuggler's compartment was my nickname at an old job I had.
You know, this the ship does seem familiar. I can't help but feel I might have worked on it a couple cycles ago. But all the Barracudas kind of look the same. Anyway, I think I'll see myself out if it's all the same.
Of course.
Pleasure. And she turns off her translator and mutters something in Newsguy that you or in Mirai that you actually understand, being a Newsguy who can pick up pheromones, and says, "Oh God, fucking finally! What a pain in the ass. I hate working for these people. Jackdaw is such a prick." And she slides out. At least the money keeps rolling, she says, assuming again that you don't understand her. And yeah. By the way, she reeks. Mirai reek to Newsguy. She stinks something awful.
Was the ship actually occupied by a newsguy in the past? Is that the reason for the bad smell? Or was she just racistly assuming that?
No, it actually was. Definitely.
So was that does that mean that the ship was retrofitted to be a water ship for the newsguy and now has been retrofitted to not be? Or
there was one Newsguy in the ship, and the whole ship now smells like Newsguy.
what does newsguy smell like? Does it smell fine to me as a newsguy, or does it smell threateningly like another newsguy's territory or something?
It smells like BO, and you don't like it either.
But do I smell like that?
No, not to you. You smell great. Newsguy don't smell bad. To be honest.
Well, but it's also confusing to me that the smell would be everywhere because we wear water suits all the time unless we're in a water space.
I mean, you don't have to wear the water suit 100% of the time. You can probably just. I mean, you are amphibious, to be clear.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but it's just one of those things where
I mean, I saw the ship sometimes will take it off, do a bit of streaking.
I mean, you
well,
definitely noticed that
we
Cleo.
don't wear clothing otherwise.
Notably, Cleo did not remove the Newsguy-sized bathtub that is a feature of the captain's quarters of this vessel.
Oh.
And also, by the way, that's the part that smells the most strongly of BO, which you find quite repulsive, and you'll certainly have to clean should you wish to use it.
The shrimp BO, indeed, Captain Carrion.
Anyway, so Cleo sees sees herself out. She knows when she's no longer needed because, that's when she stops getting paid. And she's no longer on your vessel.
I casually Febreze the helm.
Yes.
I go look at that newsquash-sized pool, because to me that sounds like a decent-sized swimming pool.
Yeah. I mean, it's about, I'm going to say hot tub sized.
I mean, for
But
a
it's cool.
raft, that's like paddling pool size.
Yeah. Yeah, you can float about on
Excellent.
that, John.
I pour all of the chemicals into it to make it not stink.
Excellent. Well, you've grown accustomed to the Sunday special, and that's a good thing because you will be spending the next 3 years in it. The dossier has a list of suggested trajectories. Now I can bring up the map. I will say this isn't overly important, so we can blow through this. My suggestion
Ooh.
is you are, by the way, in the middle of what is listed as Moose Token space. It's hard to see. The suggested, the first item on the dossier is a suggestion. Fly to Ichthus, and from Ichthus to Freelandia. It also suggests a potential trajectory that makes you look like you're coming from Clear Sky to Cornucopia to Freelandia. It's not equidistant. Ichthus is certainly closer, but it is a bit more like Uber Trinity friendly. So if anybody sees you're coming from Cornucopia, they'll be like, oh, wow, hot shots. As opposed to Ichthus, where it's like, oh, yeah, normal people.
I mean, wouldn't we want to seem like normal people so as not to draw attention?
I mean, not hot shots, but like, Cornucopia has a reputation for being extremely friendly towards, everybody that is against Freelandia. They were,
Really
of course,
know
where the
what
Littlest
Freelandia
Legion
is, apart from the place that we're
So,
going to.
so the Freelandia, yeah. So,
It's in frontier space.
I have a question. What cargo are we
personal.
carrying?
Oh yes, you are carrying munitions and refueling. Sorry, you're carrying food and munitions for the Trinity forces on the ground. Basically, giving you carte blanche after going through customs to find the ground forces that you were dispatched to deliver munitions to.
I think we go
Yeah.
through Ichthus.
Get them.
Yeah, I mean, let's just do the faster way. We're already wasting like 6 years of our lives on this.
Might as well
Exactly.
save out a few months. All right.
Well, I mean, you are transitory.
So we're
people.
like pretending to be like a legitimate Trinity courier dropping off military supplies to the front, like as
Exactly.
one Rast and one Newsfly.
Hey, I'm here too.
The Trinity doesn't judge.
Boy, I sure do love
That's-
socialism.
Not the problem.
Don't believe me.
Well, that is the
Well,
that's to be
long
clear.
as long as we
what
have a
you have in your
contract.
yeah, that's what you have in your hold. I am absolutely open to you swapping that out at the station,
I'm gonna
should you
say-
so desire.
Listen, as long as we have a legitimate TS&ILB contract through the Mother Network, they don't give a shit. We're free merchants. We move the goods. The AI doesn't care. If we don't, then I wouldn't risk dropping off something that's supposed to be for the military.
You do have the contract. That is part of the hands being greased thing.
Yeah, well, at that point, it would be more suspicious if we arrived without the cargo that we were supposed to. So
Yeah.
I don't think that we're gonna invite any irregularity here.
Yeah.
We rip the wormhole. We go to Ichthus. We stop or we don't stop. We just go to Freelandia.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you are stated as stopping in Ichthus Station. You probably do some sort of like, for the books stop. You walk in. You stand at the greeting desk for an hour. You listen to the podcast. There's some weirdo on the radio saying some Max, hit me with some things that a weird radio host might say.
The Mirai aren't actually matriarchal. They just want you to think that because it's part of the Trinity's plan to feminize humanity.
Yeah, so there's this weird radio host guy who's just kind of like, indicated as being from some listening posts that the Trinity doesn't want you to hear about because they're trying to stop you from listening to the truth. And anyway, you stay in Ictus Station for an hour. It's bullshit. It's like, it's a flyover. And it's a layover.
One time I went to that guy's radio station and he was actually he just made a program to it's part of an experiment at a research station that they're doing to see what people will believe, and he lowers the plausibility threshold every year, and so far it's still working. He's kind of drinking himself to death. It's pretty funny, honestly.
You also hear that he's a notorious femboy party bottom.
Well, that's also how he numbs the pain.
I mean,
human stupidity.
That's just what the man wants you to think. My boy says the real truth. You're just buying some Trinity cover story?
Yeah, they got you there.
No, Jim Lee, I met him. I've seen the orgies.
He was at the bottom of all of them,
you're saying just because they're involved in orgies, that means they must be with the Trinity? They must be some sort of Trinity plan?
I think
just because the Trinity
anyway.
The Rats
and I'm like, sorry, can you just say that again for my recorder for no
tradition
particular reason, Jim
long
Lee?
before we met any of the sister species.
Anyway, after going back into cryo after the Ichthus debacle,
we go to the States, have an argument, and then get back in the ship.
Yeah, so you find yourselves listening to new music as Pat changes the soundtrack for the first time in the session. Let's see, Lee, what do you think is appropriate for seeing this system for the first time?
I put the
still marching. God, why would I think anything else? Still marching is exactly what to play.
Oh.
Yeah. All right. So let's let me real quick. Lee, on the space testing ground, can I ask you to put never mind, you can't do anything. Never mind. Whatever. I'll just set the stage. So, can you see things? Y'all see this?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So, your drives spew you out into the system at long last. And in the Freelandia system, you are immediately greeted by a number of Trinity vessels. These, you note, would be the current top of the line warships that the Trinity has been putting out from Icthus Station. You saw a few of them being made when you dropped by, and you take note of their very long ship-destroying firing capacities should you get on their wrong side. And there's at least a dozen of them hovering in orbit, along with other vessels, of course. But you do note that vessels are being summoned to the docking bays of one of these 12 or so Trinity vessels, so that they may be weighed and assessed. And as soon as you enter for landing,
so obviously we hid the meat unit in the secret compartment and did whatever we needed to do to make sure it looked like it was impossible to find.
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Put away all the obvious crime implements.
Here's the question: did we actually disassemble it?
I mean, presumably we need to ask first.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we need to bother. Just tell it to stay quiet and don't do anything. Or, I mean, I'm probably going to turn it off, but maybe not disassemble it.
Yeah.
And you promise that I'll return from this dark night.
Yes, I just need you to not shoot the people we're sneaking past, and don't trust your impulse control just yet. You're gonna.
That's understandable. I'm sure I'll be able to earn your trust.
And with that ominous intonation, it does go to sleep of its own volition without you having pressed any buttons at all. And you're pretty sure it's off because it says it's off.
Yeah, that seems really trustworthy.
And you are, of course, broadcasting your normal signal. And within moments of you arriving in the system, you, of course, probably had some relay transferred out of Ictus. Within moments, you are greeted by a hailing from a very overdressed Thran officer. Do you accept?
I mean, yeah.
Hello. It is a pleasure to make the acquaintance of the Sunday special, isn't it? I will see you in my personal vessel. I'm Rima the rabbit. Rania the rabbit. And I'm happy to do business with you. Come hither. I'm vessel number 3.
Wait a minute. So, are they talking about like one of the battleships?
Yes, of course. Vessel number 3. It's marked on your. Have you not received the star map yet? My apologies. Button press.
Yeah, so,
Such a silly thing to forget.
I look around, and I say, understood. This is the Sunday special en route for customs inspection aboard the original battleship number 3.
Of course, yes, customs.
Oh, that's what they look like.
I'm sorry, have you never seen a thread
Brent?
before?
Like, I don't spend a lot of time looking at human. No, I. Like, of course I've seen a thread before.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, alright, we're on our way. And, I would, I guess, cut the feed.
Yeah, you cut the feed and she can no longer see you.
And I'm like, how much do you think they have to be paying somebody in charge of a fucking original battleship, Regina, to, let us through?
Like, my guess is enough to buy that outfit, which possibly came as a match set with our battleship. Just saying.
Alright,
Yeah,
well.
No, I love the color scheme. They're both really good.
Alright, well, at this point, we have no
Also,
choice.
the
We have to
captain made
trust
a
him.
joke about the rabbit when we were on the station, and I need to have.
Wanting to bite her throat out.
Yeah, actually, you look at the dossier and it says under her file, a tithering tourist of a Thran Trinity official finds intrigue droll, quote unquote.
Oh,
I'm not sure
okay.
what to make of that.
So, this person is in it for the thrill, which means the moment shit gets real, we're sold out. Alright. The only thing we can do at this point
I mean,
is...
also basically true of Captain Jackdaw. Like,
Jackdaw is getting paid, and he's a man about his
oh,
business.
he already got paid.
Yeah, you would
but he's
know
also-
of
he's-
Jackdaw.
Yeah, at least Jackdaw...
He's a Golden Age pirate.
Yeah, he is,
Golden Age
Jackdaw has a reputation, at least. I mean, look, I'm not saying we should trust him. I'm just saying I don't think that he set up a bad job on purpose, or people will hear about it.
Well,
Yeah.
this is the person he chose to bribe, so
I mean, I don't think if somebody
This is
at this
Freelandia.
level, I don't think you have a lot of fucking options.
yeah.
didn't-
So let's go quickly.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
he's
here
not
I
gonna
am.
get more trustworthy.
I'm pulling us in. I'm pulling
Not
us in.
sure. If we spend another few years.
I'm pulling us in. I'm pulling us in.
Excellent decision. So
Yes, we would like to pull into the vagina.
you find yourself in the hangar of the Regina.
The, vagina?
Ah, shit. Where are you? Your damn characters. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna copy paste you dumb bitches.
I can pop us out.
No, you can? Well, sweet. I actually control copy. I can pop you out. Are you doing it or am I?
I got him out.
Nah, cool. Okay. So, yeah, you are greeted at the hangar by the apparent captain of the ship and overseer of customs. Rhyme the rabbit. And she does come over and she fiercely ensures that she doesn't touch any one of you, even with her gloved fingers. But she kind of mops over you and just gives you really bad vibes.
Captain Bad
Looking
Touches.
at you as one might a collection of ornaments on a shelf. And she says, just lovely. Pleasure to make your acquaintances.
Indeed. So
Indeed.
we
Nice
have
to meet you.
We have a shipment for planet side. As soon as we sign off on this, soon we'll be under your air.
Of course. yes. I'll have my workers inspect your vessel. And she pointedly, very visibly, winks at you.
I give her a much more pro wink back. You know, fucking years of experience wink.
She points at you and she says, lovely. And as she says, her workers do go into your vessel and seemingly dawdle within it as she tries to make small talk with you. So what brings you to Freelandia?
A contract.
Yeah, I saw some tourism ads.
Oh, Lost Caravan RPG, thank you for the raid.
That was marvelous. Tourism ads, whatever do they advertise Freelandia with these days?
Oh, well, it's quite
Oh,
exciting.
yeah.
There's a picture of a tree.
Tree.
You know, like, what? No, you haven't seen the new poster that depicts the shipyards for the beautiful sunset? I love that poster.
Scenic countryside.
Wait, that was the shipyard? I thought that was a tree.
All right.
I'm sure it's one of the two.
Yukaria goes aboard this ship and like literally like starts showing them things as if though to say, "Dear God, at least pretend."
The workers are kind of a little bit upset that you're making them walk around the ship.
And,
Offer them some coffee.
As you can see, we have our munitions in order, and we have a coffee machine in the galley if you'd like to inspect that.
Yeah, actually, I could.
Okay, it's got
Go for
espresso. Mm-hmm.
And then one of them says, "Oh fuck yeah."
Yeah, we got
Anything
creamer.
Aside from working for that bitch.
Fuck yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, you got a rough shift with her.
I really hate working with her. Don't tell her I said that. Actually, I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah?
Really, don't tell her I said that.
Hey, listen, fuck the bosses. I'm not a rat. What's up?
Yeah, man. Fuck yeah. Fuck the Thran. And they're fucking bossing us around.
And I'm like, oh, where are you boys from, by the way?
We're locals.
Oh, I see. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. What part of Freelandia are you from?
From the equatorial marshes, you know.
Nice. And I like try and surreptitiously notice, like, do they have name tags, or are we too far in the future for that?
Jeb and George.
Jeb and George. So I don't have surnames.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Fuck it.
Jeb.
I'm going to surreptitiously. No.
I mean, if you want, I do keep like there's like a set of there's like actual sugar for the coffee, and then there's like the sugar that I've dosed with truth serum that's like slightly behind the first sugar.
I'm not
like,
Wait, no, hold on.
Yukaria, listen.
Can we really quick consult the drugs list?
Yukaria is a 2 empathy character. She's not slick enough to do any of this. I'm sorry. They say what they say, and I just like note that, and I'm like, okay, so they've stuck her with the racist locals, and she doesn't care because she's corrupt as fuck, and that's where I call it. I'm just like, yep, well,
It almost seems like she enjoys the company of these actual racists.
I'm like, well, let's call it then. Looks like we've looked at everything, and I try and move this along.
Oh, you've returned! Marvelous, marvelous. Well, I suppose you can be on your way if the inspection's been done.
In fact, I think that I checked my slate and I whip it out, and you'll just have to sign here. As you can see, it's the 10:30 10-minute break. Trinity mandated.
Oh, of course, the 10:30 break. It's Trinity Monday. Let me write that right there. 10:30. Oh, marvelous,
I'm
marvelous.
like, oh, I think you were supposed to put your name there. Actually, that's how signature spots normally work.
No, we'll get another one. This is the Trinity. Everything's bountiful.
Okay, now that we're on break, I came up with a character concept mid-session, and I have to share. I wrote it down on the back of a receipt I had on my desk. It's brilliant. It's a synth PC that looks like a meat unit, but's a knockoff. They're called the Impossible Burger.
Oh my god! Do it! Do it!
Hate this.
I have
energy.
no other information as to what this character's like or about.
No, there'd be an intimidation build where it's
It's
all
just the
fronting.
nicest.
It's all fronting.
Nicest little baby.
Yes, a meat unit that's all fucking to social skills.
How did y'all like Rymar the Rabbit, by the way? I think she's an inspired creation.
There's been some fun characters so far. I'm enjoying them a lot. I really like the guy who's running, the person who got the deal from. The
Captain
person we were
Jackdaw?
talking to. Not Captain Jackdaw.
The
person
weird
with
guy?
costume.
Barfly.
Barfly. Their voice, it was great. And then all of a sudden I was like, I started watching your video as if it was a live action cutscene from a 90s video game, and it fit so well I couldn't stop laughing.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to engage with this really bad CGI that we have. But you must understand, this is the 90s, and it's basically, what's the word?
Yeah, it's the best thing we got!
It's the best thing we have.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take my
so-
10-minute break too.
Yeah, go for it. I'm gonna show you.
Later, skaters.
Oh wait, I could microwave food. I could consume food. Chat, do you know what this means? I could nourish myself as sustenance. This is kind of a big opportunity. I don't want to rush into it without proper consideration, but also don't want to miss it, you know? A moment waited is a moment wasted, said no one ever, because that's kind of dumb. Doesn't really flow that well as a saying. I think I'm fucking hungry though, so I'll be back.
have returned. Playtest of the Vinestra setting 5e. It's interesting. I don't know what Vinestra is, but that is pretty cool. Did the music stop playing? I think I might have yoinked my... Yeah. Moment. City campaign inspired by the culture of the Roman Republic. That's interesting. There's like bird people? There's even intrigue, rivalries, and deadly encounters. Looks cool.
I have returned. And so I dawdled a bit in the first part. Gonna make sure that my everything's lined up to make sure the last bit goes smoothly.
You Jack dawdled?
Okay, so true story. A lot of the characters in the intro were references to other characters from previous games, right? Jackdaw is actually a reference to a character that I've interacted with in Garblog games in their Blades in the Dark campaign, who is a cool guy. Sadly,
I'm back.
Sadly, he is not able to take on any more work / gaming than he already is engaged in, because I've offered him a couple times. He's a great guy. Anyway, the character is definitely based on it.
It's a PC character.
He's a PC turned NPC. I mean, like in the Verse of Change Stars, complete NPC. Like,
well, yeah, I just
I've
like
made up
assumed
everything.
you were describing an NPC character from Garblog, but it was
Oh,
actually
yeah, no.
played by a guy.
My apologies. My apologies. Yes.
So we're back out here, and I guess they've done the inspection. Anything else?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, they've done the inspection. You've been cleared. You're good to go. And on your dossier, are we back? Are we live? Me?
What? No. Yeah. You. What do you mean? You know that I don't turn off the audio or video during break.
I mean, sometimes you put the 10-minute break thing.
Oh,
up.
sorry. I put up the screen. My bad. Yeah, that's down.
Okay, cool.
I was confused.
Yeah, no, I didn't frame that well. Anyway, though, we are that one character, by the way, Lee, that you suggested that I put in a certain place. You didn't put that person in a certain place, so I'm going to insert a character there.
Oh.
very, very pointedly in the beginning of this game, you suggested that I do a thing with a person token that I did not do. Therefore, there will be another person taking that person's place. Yeah? Okay?
I guarantee you I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Alright. Well,
it's your game. Like,
yeah,
you don't need
notice...
a name from Lee to just do whatever you're going to do.
And I thought Lee's suggestion was fun, but I don't have Lee's suggestion in the uploads file. So,
well, it's okay because Lee doesn't remember making whatever the suggestion was.
exactly, we're all good. It's all fine. Let me just put somebody in the right place. Alright, where is that? Okay, yep, you'll be that person. Awesome. Okay. So, after a long and arduous encounter with Rania the rabbit, you do manage to get back on your vessel unmolested, and the assholes that were in it leave without doing much more than taking a sip of coffee, and you are permitted to land. And you know, as a parting gift, she says, "Cheerio! Oh, I almost forgot. By the way, the individual that you were expecting on the way out, tragically has been detained. Fiona de Pomgrand is no longer working with us, as it were. Best of luck
fucking
getting
scrutiny.
out."
Scrutiny on this bitch. Bitch, I'm on
I think
scrutiny
you mean
on
It's
this.
insight.
That's what I mean.
He said scrutiny. He's checking out the outfit. He's checking out the dress. Have they hidden key details in the
The
flag?
checking
dress
out
can
what
be
they're
seen
saying.
from space. You don't need
And then I am
scrutiny
also
for
checking
it.
out the dress. You're
Oh,
right. I am checking out
also,
the
wait.
dress
Should
as
we have
well.
reset our edge to 0, considering we've been in cryo for years, or no?
I'm gonna let
Oh
this
fuck!
one.
I yoinked my cord. I
In
can hear
this
nothing.
exact instance, I'm going to let this become a stress for everybody else.
I look at her outfit.
It
lot.
is extremely fashionable. Like this is basically like, you know, this is the
Well, how do I even
fetish-
know it's fashionable?
this
I
is
haven't been
the
in touch with
fetish
the water world in
equivalent.
6 years.
This is like the fetishized equivalent of what a normal officer should be wearing if they are attending an elegant party among other officers. Like, this motherfucker absolutely does not know how to dress, in your
No,
opinion.
I mean, I love her outfit because my character loves all tacky, awful things since they basically treat all of life as acquiring material for a stand-up routine. Which is obviously not a thing Newsquay normally do, but Newsquay can adopt whatever they want from human culture.
Exactly.
Wait,
News
Is
guy
that
do
why
what the
you?
fuck
Is that
they
why you
want
have Jingly on your team?
Yeah,
I
but
mean, you're pretty good stand-up material, yes. Like, I mean, everyone laughs about the whole, like, the otter story, the teddy bear story, the chair story. There's some pretty good ones.
Let me tell you about that time I was, a high-class woman's muff.
Oh my god, that one.
as
Yeah.
the resident fashionista, though, Jimbly, you are distraught upon inspecting her outfit even further, and discovering that it is simply fetishistic, but it doesn't even have like the access ports that you would expect from the fetish version of the officer's uniform.
No, even better, it was clearly purchased as a fetish version and then retailored to get rid of those.
It very well could be that case, because this motherfucker is wearing like the most over-tailored, absolutely disgusting version of the officer's attire, and it is just so tacky that you can't help but like hold in a gag. And seeing that, your pilot kind of looks you over and says, "Are you okay?" Or like, you know, indicates to some respect that she has seen you looking not well, and she goes up an edge. So
I say, oh no, sorry, just bad sushi on the last space station.
the insight, though, reveals that yeah, she literally forgot to tell you this earlier because she didn't care one way or another if you succeeded or failed. She kind of just wants to watch what happen. And she is interested in, from your understanding of it, the struggle. She wants to watch people who do bad things fight to accomplish their goals. And she wants to facilitate it to the extent that they are able to suffer in front of her so that she can watch that.
Like, I love your outfit so much. I feel like it would go really well on a Rastian safari. Or perhaps you might want to get interested in, like, menagerie collecting. I just feel like you were born to, express new hobbies.
There's this wonderful water park on this one home ship that I'm sure you would love to visit. Lots of live animal exhibits there, too.
I'm like, oh, come on, Skibadop is cheap tourist crap for children. This is a woman of discernment.
Only in certain neighborhoods of Skibadop. You get in the back streets, that's what the good shit is.
I see you're cultured people. Well, rest assured, I've been to Skibadop. It didn't quite entertain me as well as it could, but I have spoken to some, dare I say it, arena liberationists. They seem to be quite interested in Skibadop. I advise they check it out.
That's so beautiful. Such a worthy cause.
I pinch the bridge of my nose and get in the helm.
And, with that, she says, cheerio! And disengages contact. You don't think you'll be able to talk to her again.
See, the great thing about the phrase, I pinch the bridge of my nose and then get in the helm, works either for a sci-fi game or a fantasy game.
Yeah, or I'm pulling on the helm, yeah.
Fucking goddamn it.
And, you're jolted back into the Barracuda freighter map as I'm
like, Eukaria, you got to have a sense of humor about these things. I mean, especially, with your track record. Like, you didn't come to game night, you didn't come to movie night, you didn't come to, basically a character made, a fake event calendar for the months in Cryo. And, lists off events that you didn't come to.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This would be my sense of
adventure. A little esprit de corps would be nice.
Yeah, sorry to give you the cryo cold shoulder, but now that we're up, we've got a wonderful event too, called We're Definitely Fucked. We're Definitely Fucked. This guy's been...
Pessimistic.
Wait, is that not why you go into smuggling? That's the fun part. It's 98% boredom, 2% being truly alive as you ride the edge of death and make it your bitch, or, it makes you its bitch. That's the exciting part.
No, I'm doing this because they took away my license.
I'm sorry, it's the Trinity. You can get it
become
back. You just didn't want to go to therapy, which
Correct.
Obviously becoming a smuggler is the logical course of action. But you need to embrace the lifestyle. If you wanted to be bored and safe, go back to the Trinity. Do your community service.
We'll see if I'm alive to do it at the end of whatever shit show awaits us. Anyway.
On the subject of doing your service, please make us a piloting roll as you descend to the surface of Freelandia.
Anyway, honestly, fuck it. Turn on the meat unit and put him in a trench coat.
And I'm
Why?
all right.
I'd rather have the bigger dick at whatever cold night in the locker room we're about to fly into.
Follow-up question.
I don't think I have a trench coat, but I'll go make one out of a bed sheet.
Actually, if you give me 10 minutes,
Definitely have.
I can make this meat unit look exactly like a parking meter.
I don't know why we have one of those in space. That is cool.
I saw one in a picture of Older Earth, and I was like, that's neat.
Okay.
There was someplace called New York City?
Sounds kind of like New Roanoke, but...
Yeah.
Maybe it's named
They probably made up the name to, make it sound cool. It's like New Roanoke.
Definitely. Let me grab control. Copy.
They even said there was a place called Roanoke on Old Earth. I gotta buy that.
Yeah, I mean, why would they name it New Roanoke if it weren't the first one?
Exactly. You understand.
That was the first one. They just added the new Neo in front because it sounds even cooler.
Oh wow, I really God, I grabbed the wrong party member. You know how that happened. Who did I miss? Oh, I know who I missed. There we go. All right. So I'm gonna drop you out here, and you begin to descend with a successful operations test. I'm gonna real quick. So the Barracuda, did that not? Hold on. There we go. The Barracuda descends through the atmosphere, parting the clouds on its gradient descent towards the dust-blown ground on the northern hemisphere by the terraforming fields. And that's where your signal indicating that Heron, the human operative on the inside, would be found, or at least was most recently located. You're aware that Rhynyar the rabbit was supposed to, and seemingly did, relay your arrival in the system to this operative, and therefore you have received the ping, and they are to the north of the Freelandian planet.
Where were we
And
supposed to meet the person who got caught? Was the person who got caught supposed to meet us here or somewhere else?
No, that's the person who's supposed to get us out of the planet. This is the guy who's supposed to hand over
Yeah.
Tantiff.
Rhynyar is the one who's getting you in. Heron is the one who's getting you
I'm
the
just
goods.
wondering what the person
And
who's
then
getting
there's-
us out knew, and so what has been compromised.
Yes.
I mean,
Presumably
probably
not
not
as
this
much.
location, because
Here's open.
why would they have a third person then?
Yes. Well, Heron is supposed to be the person who gets you things on the ground floor. And of course, it has been 3 years. A lot can change, especially on a volatile planet like Finlandia. You part the
Yeah,
clouds.
it kind of feels like they should have bribed people like right before it happened and not 3 years before it happened.
I mean, the right people were
That would
bribed
be
to
some
bribe the
fucking
right
excellent
people.
planning to be like, all right, we're gonna send you off there. You're gonna chill there and then bribe someone for a person we've yet to hire who's gonna leave in a couple years.
The current year, by the way, is 50 AO, and wouldn't you know it, the news says that the Blue Devonian has been detained and is currently in Trinity custody. The pilot is being questioned as they speak. Such a tragedy.
Well,
All that
you know,
pops
they were
up
always
on-
hacks.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Blue Devonian, more like Bloomy Devonian.
I think
Yeah, I mean, it was some-
me Devonian, unless that's a like rast sex thing I don't know about. My species is very sexual.
It was some hack, rookie marshal by the name of Tithica Trent, who's writing a book on it, and her associate Artisan Doll, or something of that sort. It's very unclear, but
Let's hope we don't run into those two fucks.
I'm like,
One of
oh,
those-
Jessica Trent, the one with the sunglasses surgically implanted on her face, right?
you've definitely encountered her
Jessica
before.
Trent graduated
You know
bottom
she's
of
an
River Cass
asshole.
Trinity Marshall Academy.
Well, you say graduated.
I heard she was a
Jessica
Malfa.
Trent dropped out but got a job anyway because they were short.
Anyway, the clouds part, you descend, and there's a Trinity listening post, or outpost rather, that you've been hailed to, which you're kind of surprised by. Heron is a human, yes, but not actually affiliated with the infrastructure of the Trinity itself. Not a soldier, not an officer, an operative on the ground floor, somebody who knows people, yes, but you're a little surprised that the ping is
Well,
coming
I mean,
from
does
within
it
the
seem
wall.
like a hail from here? I mean, it's just a ping, and we knew that he was going to ping something. Like,
I mean-
I guess, how do we know that this isn't just like a legitimate person summoning us down for the supplies that we brought here?
This is Heron's signal.
Okay.
Heron's signal is coming from within a Trinity outpost. Heron also was instructed not to signal until you got here. So this is not a passive thing. Somebody knows you're here. That person has intentionally summoned you. And that person is currently residing in a Trinity outpost.
Oh, let's
Let's
go see
fucking
if they have our
go.
guy. I assume he's like 80 years old now.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So you park a little bit outside. You already had landfall capability in the Barracuda. The Barracuda is one of the larger vessels to have that ability, but you can do it. And you know the dust parts as you step out, badass like into the Wild West tundra of the northern expanses of Freelandia, and you make your way towards the outpost. You're not greeted by anybody on your way there. Doesn't seem like anybody was upset by you parking in the barren landscape around you. And when you get to the door, the outside, I'm on the wrong fucking layer. Objects and tokens. Thank you very much. And did you bring, by the way, your meat unit with you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Yukaira said it'd be funny. So, I couldn't find a trench coat, so I've put a sheet over the meat unit and I've written Ghost on it.
Excellent. It's a fucking costume party. Let's
Oh
get
my
food.
god, you're coming to us for stand-up comedy bits?
Brilliant. Yeah, so the outside door doesn't open upon your arrival, but inside you hear a Thran voice, very dissimilar from the one that you just heard, and they come on the line and say, "Hello, Officer Agia reporting. With whom am I currently conversing?"
We're the free merchants who were sent to collect the cargo.
Free
And
merchant sent to. Yep. All right. Letting you in. Come up to the top floor immediately. Do not.
On the way.
Yeah. Don't.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Good. The door does open.
Alright.
Let's go.
And you are permitted within. Let me grab your tokens. Yeah.
All right.
Inside, you see a number of peacekeeping forces. Yeah, predominantly humans. You can tell by their by the way that their feet don't end in hooves, and some of them are wearing less official garb. You might notice that there's a few cut corners here. Door panels are somewhat disheveled. Crates are left open in corners. It does not look like the most well-stocked or tended to of outpost stations. And the people who are standing very uniformly amongst the objects at play are standing in a way that suggests they might be hiding holes or in other ways presenting as a more legitimate front than they are.
Well,
yeah, can I
I'm entirely convinced this place is legit.
can I look for recent signs of violence?
Mm-hmm.
Like, did they shoot the people we were supposed to meet like an hour ago?
There are no... Yeah, you don't need to roll scrutiny for this. There are no recent signs of violence. What you see is a sign of steady decay. A sign that this was built maybe 50, maybe 40 years ago. It has not seen a refurbishment since.
Don't build them like they used to. Alright, that's the elevator then. I point to the elevator.
Yes, one of the peacekeepers almost stumbles over a chair for a secretary that is not here, and suggests that you go through the aforementioned elevator.
Of course, just me and my friends here. Is anybody looking at Ghost?
Yeah, actually, everybody's kind of looking at Ghost and just kind of like eyeing it, but nobody says anything until you get to the very edge of the elevator, and the peacekeeper who was there kind of raises their visor a little and says, "Okay, just on the level, what the fuck's with the Ghost?"
Like, look, it's a really shy robot. We're working on that, but you know, it's a pretty interesting programming. Like, I mean,
They once had to
develop neuroses.
They once had to simulate a costume party for what to them felt like 10 million years. So they're kind of coming out of their shell. They're very good at lifting boxes.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, go right ahead. Welcome to the
I
Journey
love
Bus.
the Trinity. You walk up and they're like, why do you have the weird ghost costume person? You're like, that's how I identify. I would ask you to respect that. They're like, fair enough, no further questions.
Welcome to the Trinity.
That's a really suspiciously gun-shaped bulge you have in your back there. What's that about? And you're like,
It's like, my
"Oh, no,
gender
that's just-
identity is gun strap
It's a physical
smuggler,
deformity.
and I'm going to need you to respect
It doesn't make me
that.
less, just different.
As long as you got through customs. And yeah, with that, you're in the elevator, and it is a slow and rackety elevator. It goes clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack every floor, and you're certain there's not more than 3 fucking floors in this building. But good golly, it seems to dawdle. You know, you're almost convinced that the pulleys that drive this thing haven't been refurbished in the last 50 years either.
They're like, feels like this is going to snap. I mean, I could probably fix it, or maybe make it into like more of a roller coaster type thing, but we don't have time for either of those.
As you're deciding upon what you should probably convert this to, you do find that the clickety-clack blessedly comes to an end as you arrive at your destination. You actually feel the roof of the elevator bash into something that you assume is a pipe or a non-integral function of the elevator, and it does reverberate something fierce as you realize you're no longer going up nor down, which must mean that you've arrived. And
Punch.
within a minute,
Punch
the door seems to answer that sentiment and opens before you.
Oh, I think we should take the stairs on the way back.
You didn't see any.
Interesting. Well, maybe I'll just take this side of the building then.
Wait, where the fuck did your character go?
I see you, Kyra. I actually don't see Madeline's character anymore.
Wait, oh, that's not your character. That's Madeline's character. Madeline, where the fuck did your character?
I didn't move it.
I'll pop Hydra back out.
Okay, thank you.
Alright.
Brilliant. So yes, you disembark from the elevator as it opens, and you see 2 individuals standing before you. Thren, who's kind of looking nonchalant, and a human who looks like that, apparently.
Wow, it's really some hat.
Thank you, Lee, for finally getting that image to me.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. I popped them out like at the time, then completely forgot. Oh my god! I'm sorry.
It's fine. I found it. Anyway, this one, who seems to be the more in charge of the 2, says, "Hello, we spoke over the intercom. I'm Aja, officer and in charge at this facility. You don't have to state your name, don't have to state your purpose. I know why you're here. You're here for the prisoner. Yeah?
I look and I
That
say,
would be us. These guys, I point with several dozen thumbs.
I say, we're here for the contracted cargo.
Alright, look. That asshole that called himself Aaron got himself caught. Pity about that. Now,
I'm like, oh no, what about his 7 children? Who will eat them now?
I don't know what you do in newsblack culture, but in human culture, She gestures to her associate, or they gesture to their associate. There's a way to facilitate these sorts of interactions.
I think these interactions have been facilitated in advance, friend.
Not by me, friend. Heron got caught.
Oh, so you're telling me
dead.
you haven't been paid?
Not yet.
And wait, Heron's dead? The Trinity caught him and killed him?
He got caught, and then he got dead. Wasn't sanctioned by the Trinity.
I look, which I'm saying. So who caught him?
Do you really need to know?
Do you really need to get paid?
The two aren't mutually exclusive.
Listen, if Heron squealed before he died, we've got a limited amount of time here. Let's
They
not be
pull up
difficult.
a slate and say, all of Heron's squealing's right here. Now I can get paid. You can take your cargo, whatever the fuck he is, and get the hell out of my station. Or Heron could squeal posthumously.
I think about it for 2 seconds, and I say, well, Jimbly, sounds like a deal, doesn't it?
Indeedly do.
That's what I thought.
Alright. I'll flick him 100 Raidu's. I'll spend it all in one place.
That's good for me. But my associate, Jack, well, he doesn't get paid either.
Damn, the Trinity really has you working for a ration. Huh. I flick a further 100 Raidu's.
Wow. Look at
And
this
just
guy
to give
throwing
you
out
the,
bribes
you know,
like he.
If you want the meat to kill these people instead, just let me know. Like, Pat.
I give the. They've got too many subordinates, and we have to take someone down an elevator. No, but yeah. And
They
I'm
look
like,
at their associate very meaningfully, as if to assess their associate's consent/greed in this particular situation, and satisfied with what they see in their associate's eyes, they turn back to you and say, all right, prison cell B, the add-on is there too. We didn't have any reason to detain her, so she's just sitting there. Please don't leave her here with us.
Wonderful. We'll be taking the full cargo with. Hope you have a wonderful day. And
It'll be better when you're gone.
mutual. And I get over here. I get around the corner. I'm taking this place in, and I'm like, seems like a lovely place.
Looks like a less than lovely place that hasn't seen any love for the past 40 or so years.
I click the button on the door.
With a click, the button presses in and the door parts ways. And inside you are greeted with, lo and behold, the cargo! Hell yeah, you finally got here. And you see blinking in the newfound light, Officer Ortfram Tantiff. And a woman who seems to not have needed such crude measures for her eyes. Who narrowly watches you as you approach and says, welcome. I hear you're going to be taking us back to civilized space.
Civilized, such a loaded term. We're getting the fuck out of here.
Right.
Doctor, is he good to go?
He is quite well. He can actually speak for himself. And Officer Tantiff steps up to the bars and says, yes, wonderful. I've awaited this day for quite some time. Shall we be on our way to the 1,000 promised sons of the Vanguard?
Yeah, I'm sure you're gonna get along real well there. Anyway.
What's in the past is past. Just because I've slaughtered so many of their kind before does not mean
that they will look upon me less.
That's between.
Speaking of your history, were you fucking Marsh pre-her-betraying the Empire?
We
Yeah,
can
we need
talk
to
on
know.
the ship.
Yeah, I go. Hey, Jimby, are you still by the elevator?
Oh god, no, shit.
Alright,
Fuck,
alright,
tits,
alright.
dick, fuck.
I open. So like, I would like to emphasize that like, I'm not pointing my gun at him. I'm not going to shoot him because he's very valuable. But I do have the gun out. And
To be clear, he is extremely fucking valuable currently.
yeah, and I'm gonna say, all right, Tantiff, you're clearly good at surviving regimes. If anybody starts shooting, you get the fucking cover until one of us picks you up and you go. Understand?
I leave this in your capable hands.
All right, officer, let's move.
As you start towards the elevator, you see worried looks from the two officers that let you in this far, and the Thren turns to you lot and says, "There's been a complication. Another one.
Yeah. Talk fast.
There's some locals downstairs and they mean business. They've got guns and they seem to be approaching the facility.
On a fucking airstrike. You're Trinity, aren't you?
Do you
And
want
I
me to
look
call
at
in the
the,
airstrike while you're
Like, they
here?
don't even have a working elevator.
Do you want me to call in the airstrike while you're here or after you've gone?
So, is there a faster way down than that elevator?
There's ropes under the elevator. Cords.
Perfect.
Do you have roof access?
Can your ship fly itself?
DM question. The ship does have an AI with autopilot.
You want to? I mean, like
and
honestly,
we have
do you want to call your?
I was actually going to summon the piranha, is what I was going to suggest.
Okay, yeah.
But I mean, you know.
It's gonna be a systems check though.
I look at Hydra and say, I think that might be your department.
Like, okay. Let's see if we can get Lassie to fetch. Whatever.
The meat unit looks disappointed under the ghost mask and says, "Oh, I was looking."
I like, you know, give him a little elbow in this shit, and I'm like,
I'm like,
Don't
don't
worry, we
worry.
can take some pot shots while the ship pulls up.
So long as you give me the guns.
Well, with that, the ship does summon the piranha for you, and considering we are low on time, I will narrate the ascendancy of a group of seeming assholes that stumble their way into the lower banks of the station, but they do seem pretty well armed, and pretty soon they manage to overtake the ground floor individuals that you saw on the way up, and just as the piranha is landing on the surface, the elevator does clickety-clack on its way as the door begins to open, revealing GM info overlay.
Wait, I'm sorry, did we not break the elevator while we were waiting if we weren't going to use it?
Did you want to?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, no, you break the elevator and you hear instead the clamping of vac suit capable boots.
Ooh,
or
exciting.
as
I mean, I'm gonna pull out my gun, but I admire
I mean,
your style.
yeah, if I'm on the roof and I have
So
sight outward, I have a scout rifle. I feel like I could have been taken.
Pat, are we on the? Do you want me to speed map the roof, or should we be in this building?
there is a hole that opens on the roof that, or to the roof that lets you up, but you're not there yet.
Oh,
Okay.
but like, why aren't we? I think Lee's point was that after climbing the ship, we probably would have gone up to the roof to wait for it, as opposed to waiting here.
I mean, yeah,
that
okay.
place being invaded.
Do you want me
Speed
to-
map the roof then. Fuck it.
All right.
It's a
By the way,
rectangle.
the assholes have come with you too, so they're also on the roof. They
Yeah,
kind
but
of
that
expect
just
you
it
to
makes
take
more
them with
sense
you.
for us to be there.
Oh, you hear a clickety clack beneath you. You don't know what's going on as Lee speed maps the roof.
on a trackpad, no.
Yeah, baby.
I mean, or you could just say the roof is like to the side of this thing and put a door to it somewhere.
Yeah, let me just real quick for those of you in the audience, ping what this location looks like. Ah, shit. There we go. So you're on the expansive roof, crouched beneath a satellite, a relay dish, as the piranha begins to slow itself in descent towards your current location, and underneath you. So as you've gotten onto the roof, notice the climbers on. Who the officer of which is yelling, "Hey, you're not leaving this place without us. No, this money's no good if we don't survive this encounter."
And I'm like, well, so that
You brought the heat yourself.
I mean, that's accurate. Your friends did all die for essentially 200 righties, which is very funny to me. But I'm confused about your continuing utility to us.
We're Trinity officers. If you kill us, the Trinity will know about it. I mean, those fuckers downstairs are soldiers.
Yeah, why haven't
They
you?
have rank.
Yeah, why haven't you called in your reinforcements yet, then, bub?
Because you're here. So you're going to get us out of this mess.
Oh, so we mattered more than your men's lives? Bullshit.
I'm sorry,
You
what,
stole
like,
those
how good are their
uniforms.
weapons?
Fucking, yeah, how alive do you think they're gonna be calling in an airstrike on a building they're in?
I mean, it does look like, well, so they could definitely call in reinforcements, but they've chosen not to because you're there. It looks like they have the standard equipment of a peacekeeper unit, although their attire is armored rather than them wearing like the proper BAPA. So they're a little underdressed, but otherwise, basically peacekeeper soldiers.
But like what? I don't know what weapons a peacekeeper soldier has. Like,
Battle rifles.
Yes, what Lee said.
okay, well, now I'm gonna have to look that up and see how good that is.
Alright, so I'm gonna say, fine, we'll drop you somewhere else. Just shoot anyone who comes out of that fucking hole.
Acceptable.
And, I've got the our roof map here.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so beneath you, you hear movement, and the essentially Trinity Marines take aim, or essentially the peacekeepers take aim and fire. Oh, I meant to bring up the stats, not the character token. My bad. And you notice a couple of individuals splattered. Sorry? Oh, wonderful. You notice a few splattered red droplets as their blasts keep your peripheries safe. And the Barracuda lands without much of a hitch, although towards the end, you do notice the Bapid soldiers drawing nearer, and a blast does end poor Jax's life. That idiot with the penis-shaped helmet, he couldn't have been saved.
I saw Lorne the dickhead.
Indeed. And some random motherfucker with a weird hat steps out of the port and says, "You motherfuckers ain't getting off this planet alive!" And then she dies.
Yeah, I'm like,
The meat actually finally gets a chance to
I'm like,
eschew
Ghost,
the-
fire at will.
Ooh, that's a good name for the meat unit.
and blasts it to smithereens. And as she falls in several pieces to the ground, your piranha arrives, and you are whisked away to that self-same map you've been on before. With new guests this time.
Yeah, so I look at you, Kyra, like, I mean, the meat could just kill them, and then we wouldn't have this problem.
Yep.
God.
It's not like word of our murder is gonna beat us to wherever we're going.
Are
I
they?
mean, we're smugglers already. Like, I mean, this would not be the first, like, probably Trinity people have killed.
And as far as the Trinity knows, the outpost got overran by,
True
separatists,
that.
and
We
everyone
could just,
died.
like, drop the bodies.
I mean,
Look, I'll pay you back. 200 Raidus. Just like that. Just drop me somewhere safe. I want to outlive this.
I mean, I guess we could also do that.
Well, I'm just like, do we have time to make another stop? Like, our exit person doesn't exist anymore. Or, like, do these guys have any use in getting us off planet?
I mean, out of character, probably not.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So there's one surviving Thren officer, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say we'll put you out through the escape pod, but it's not going to be pretty. You have to get in cryo.
I'm like, okay, I order the meat to shoot. We're not wasting an escape pod on this fucking random.
I wasn't. All right. Okay.
Virginia's blue blood splatters across the inside of your.
I hold my head and I say, obviously we're wasting the escape pod, Hydra. We were gonna have a hostage in case shit got turned, but now we have a corpse.
And I'm like, look.
If you wanted to kill him, you could just chuck the life support later. No blood to clean up, or bullet holes. God damn.
Ginblee turns to the meat unit and says, I'll show you where the mop is. You're gonna have to clean that up. It's cool, but like, just clean up your messes out.
Look, the Trinity are not a huge threat. It's really everyone else coming after us who will not give a shit about this person.
Who owns the battleships? Anyway, Dr. Celeste, if you could, Ghost, could you show the good doctor to the cryopod and get him on ice and very alive?
Yes, sorry. He won't be going into ice until he's out of system. Yes, indeed. Was that not in the contract?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Getting on ice until he's out of system?
Like,
look, he's
been
in
the contract.
Shit is fucked up already, Lee. What are you trying to do? Negotiate some bullshit?
He's been thrown into cryo left and right and left this whole past 20 years.
We're gonna be jumping within 24
What is that
hours.
accent?
It's a Freelandian accent, excuse me. I'm from here.
I may just be a humble summer lawyer.
Excuse me. I have toured the Trinity's finest institutions, and let me be clear.
Ginblee, get the doctor taken care of. I am gonna fucking punch us in a course. We are leaving.
All right. When you say get the doctor taken care of, Ginblee kind of like glances around, like looks over their shoulder at their gun, looks over the shoulder at the cryo room, and tries to figure out what version of taking care of you mean.
Look, I have been through Trinity Hospital School before, and they are raising veterinarians rather than doctors. This man is the future of the Trinity. This man will see to it that we no longer have to suffer veterinarians rather than human specialists, doctors, in regions where humans are the predominant species.
And I like look at the meat and I'm like, does this make you feel nostalgic?
The meat's being very quiet.
I don't get curious.
The meat is contemplating how to kill everyone in this room without breaking its word.
I'm having so much fun.
So we're just taking off. Do we get hailed or anything? Like, is someone trying to interdict us here?
Not yet. But you do manage to leave the orbit before you are summoned again by another peacekeeping unit who hail you and expect you to answer their summons.
So we
So
hail
is
them.
this normal? Like, do you normally have customs when you go back off of a planet, or is
Definitely
this like unusual?
on Freelandia, this is definitely normal.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops, put you on the wrong screen.
So
On
it's
Freelandia.
it's a different ship. We don't recognize the signal or anything.
No, it's not number 3. You're definitely not supposed to go to the same ship twice. It's kind of one of their silly little rules.
I'm like, all right, fuck, we can't make a break for it.
Like, well, we've got kind
Those
of a lot of
things will,
stuff to hide.
Punch us to atoms.
I mean, would they know his face?
Well, I mean, yes, because he's been out of cryo for 15 years at this point.
But like, has he been in the public eye?
But I mean, like, he's
His
probably,
face is in a
history
database.
books. Like,
I guess.
They're gonna scan
All
him
right,
once.
I mean, like, I could make him look like a soft serve ice cream machine.
yeah, I mean, we also need to hide the meat and like the corpse.
we have.
I mean, you have a few hours. I'm gonna say like a systems and/or a mechanics would
One,
probably.
incinerate the body. 2, cryo, the hidden cryopod Cleo built. It should hold. And 3, the meat either gets disassembled or hides.
Well, I
in
mean,
the-
we'll just put it back in the crawl
closet.
space. That one's not a big deal. The
meat
smuggler's cabin.
nods at that.
And I'm gonna
Ghost, as they might call themselves.
say, doctor, play dumb. You don't have anything to say.
Actually,
We have
no,
some
I
bimbo
could say
juice in
really
the
neat
med bay if you
accent.
want to really play dumb.
I mean, the doctor was listed as part of the cargo. Either way, do you accept the call?
Yeah, I mean, I accept the hail.
Mm-hmm. A Mirai comes on your screen and announces herself as, look at my notes here real quick, humility, dedication. And she says, "Hello. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. I'm going to be facilitating your departure from the Ferlandia system. If you would please make your way to Trinity vessel number 13 on your docket, you will find me ready and able to receive you at the hangar bay. I am, as listed, humility, dedication, and I will be your exports manager for today."
Pleasure.
It does seem like she was following a script, almost as if she was by the books.
Yep.
What, you're saying we can't bribe a Mirai? What a shock.
Yeah.
Are you saying that Samurai is bisexual for literature?
I'm gonna say, all right, everybody, get taken care of. Has Ghost mopped the blood yet?
I'll help.
This
Give
is
me a
why-
mechanics to facilitate this.
This is why I wanted him in a cryopod. Could have killed him so much cleaner.
Like, look, I'm sorry, but you didn't give the signal. I'll push and
I'm sorry, I don't have
reach that.
I don't have all the paddles you do for the hand signals. You have an advantage there, okay? You can communicate the big words with them. I've only got 2.
And, after much ado and about 2 hours worth of stress cleaning, you find yourselves in orbit the Ferlandian planet and heading towards vessel number 13.
But have we,
Can I make extra newsfly smell so that it smells like really bad here and people won't want to linger?
has the doctor
Ooh,
has the
you
doctor
definitely
accepted
can.
that we're putting the person in cryo, or is she insisting he not go in cryo?
She's insisting that he not go in cryo up until you roll me a communications check and succeed.
Yeah,
well,
no,
like,
Jim
can we
locks up,
hide him
Jim
in the
locks up.
pod without turning it on? And, like,
yeah,
make it look like it's turned
that's
on?
definitely more or less what she's proposing.
Well, I'm
You wanna
gonna
roll
say-
me a
I'm gonna say- I'm
communications
gonna say
check?
Jimbly, take care of this.
I'm gonna be like, philosophically, the difference between being in a cryopod that isn't on and being a cryopod that isn't off is the difference between the length of the time that you're in the cryopod. So, really, you get in the cryopod and you fucking turn it on.
Give me that comms check, please.
And I'm like, wow. Third best communications officer seems like a little high on the rankings there.
All right. Well, you go up a little bit of an edge there as you realize how inept the communications officer is. But he does successfully manage to convince the doctor to let the target go into the cryopod and go sleepy sleep for a little bit. And with a parting glare, he says, "I should hope that upon our arrival, we will be on good terms. This is, after all, the future of humanity and your species as well that we're talking about."
Yes, I would be
Which one
delighted
of
to
us-
see a new human empire.
Which one of us is he looking at when he says your species as well?
The Rast.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, we're in
Very
this for the
political.
money, bub. You have fun in the Vanguard. And, punch the button.
And
I
I'm
shall.
like, gosh, I mean, did you consider going to like the secret human commune that didn't Rask space that they won't admit to? No,
Wait, they have one of those?
Let's not tempt the
Wait,
merchandise.
you haven't read about that? I have the brochure from
Wait,
the tourist.
they got a what?
I'm sitting on the
I'm on the
cryopod,
Vanguard space?
jamming the
What?
button.
Oh, they really invented like the cream of the crop of human leaders.
Yeah, alright.
They're sending me to deal with the Veer, the people that I have systematically exterminated during my time as a human officer in the Empire. Like that, I'll deal with the rest. No.
So
There's a casino and a hot tub?
once we have him frozen,
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell the
He
doctor,
freezes.
listen, go to your bunk and pretend you're really tired, alright?
That shall be done.
Good. You don't answer any fucking questions, alright?
Well,
My
Captain,
lips are sealed.
pilot, helmsman, woman,
Yeah.
helmswoman.
Dimly.
If you would, I have an alternate plan to draw attention away from any hard questions towards our Dr. Brendy. It's a classic gambit. I've used it a number of times.
Sure.
Alright, it's quite simple. We both get in the hot tub. When the Trinity's inspector walks in, they'll be too embarrassed to ask too many questions.
Like, I don't
Dimly.
know if that works on a Mirai.
That's-
They don't really care about sex. I am gonna flood this place with news by pheromones, though. They do get uncomfortable about that.
Jimbly, I like your plan. Get in the hot tub, I'll join you.
Yes!
He's not really big
Hot
enough
tub
to like
stream.
cover her. Like,
They
Alright,
know the doctor's
with
supposed
the
to be on
talky
board,
person
so,
and the flyy person actively in a hot tub, it is up to
well,
exclusively.
no, I think you
highly
wanted the doctor and
there.
Jimbley to go in the hot tub, not the like. Yukaya doesn't want to be in the hot tub.
I misunderstood.
Yeah, in the hot tub with the doctor, so that the doctor.
Okay, you
Is
and
the
the
like,
racists
oh, they're
are
busy doing
having
hot tub
fun
stuff, that's
swimmy
important.
times.
and you're like,
Meanwhile-
Rast are a very xenophilic species, and she's like, gross.
No,
No.
I can
I'm
tell.
only
she's-
in here
she's a
because
human
you asked
supremacist.
me
I gotta
to
play to that angle. Wow, humans are so great.
And
Can I touch
officially,
you?
we're not taking. And officially,
Yes, we are so great. You're such a cute otter.
and officially, we are literally
Jesus.
just leaving with a cargo of one lady, right?
And also the fact that you did not.
Yeah, we didn't drop
Listen.
off her actual
Yeah,
cargo.
you did not
you
drop
know?
off your actual
Oh.
cargo. So I'm gonna say retroactive systems check to make it look like you're transporting that.
I'm like, we
Hydra,
probably should have dropped that off on the planet.
Hydra, print us a new receipt.
Nope, can't
Yep.
do it. Trinity systems got a lot better the past 3 years. Need to go
They
to hacking
have.
school to refresh.
It's basically an
Alright.
entire. When did they redo math?
I have the answer. I have the
How
answer.
does that change?
They're gonna
How
mail
could
it-
that change?
Yes.
No, I figured this out. We say we just we tried to deliver them, but the outpost was destroyed when we arrived.
Well,
so we're
it's a
gonna
pity
go sell them
the lucky
somewhere.
Person isn't there.
So
gross.
if you can take them off our hands, if that's the thing what we got, we can return to sender, whatever you need of them.
I should certainly hope that you have comms access to them, as
Well, he could leave the hot tub.
He's got a headset. He's got a
Yeah, I don't need to be in the hot tub until we're in the hangar. I mean, I am in the hot tub right now. but I have myself
I think we are in the hangar.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
haven't I
okay,
moved
get out of the
from you?
hot tub, bro.
Yeah.
You're our talky person.
Oh God, but they're in the hot tub gambit. Ah,
My
Dumb.
apologies.
I driftingly storm out the ship.
You're sopping wet and you're dripping all over the hangar.
And I'm like,
but
look, I know you're
Seems
good at
normal.
disguises, but pretending to be a Lothario was not going to work.
Greetings.
You know what?
greetings. She says, very, very robotically, it seems that she hasn't even moved her translator box from default settings.
I'm like, oh my god, you're still using the default settings. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
This is standard for one who has left the hive. Is it not?
Well,
It doesn't
Like,
seem
well,
to be
you
a
know,
question.
Humans respond better to voice number 73. They really like that one. It makes them feel comfortable.
73.
One of the extremely sultry voices.
Don't say what it is. I just want to hear Pat's. I want to hear Pat do a sentence when she thinks the most appreciable of humans' voices is.
I appreciate your advice.
Howard.
Hello there. How are you doing this evening?
Perfect. And
I
I'm
was
like,
really
look
hoping
at how
you
much
would-
more
you would-
comfortable Kyra already looks.
oh yeah, this is great, honestly. So,
An absolute thrill to be
Ours-
working with you.
indeed. So,
However, I must ask that I inspect your cargo bay.
we were contracted to
Assess the
deliver
current condition of it.
resources to the surface, but air traffic warned us off, something about separatist activity down there. We've been bounced around. We couldn't get a clear response from Mother on where she go, but we have munitions and food bound for Trinity forces on Philandia.
Air traffic? Oh my. Let me just look into that for you, big boy.
Why'd you have to add the line about air traffic to this? That complicates the story and makes it verifiably false.
Air traffic does seem to indicate that there is some current issue with landing in the northern plateau region. And your docket does seem to indicate that that's where you're headed.
Sensors indicated small arms fire, and we are free merchants, not soldiers. So we were not about to take a hot LZ.
So
But
if
it's
someone here can
completely
sign for this, we just gotta get back on our route.
Yeah, we'd be happy to part with the
But-
goods here.
Is understandable, and it does explain your current ladenness. If only you could manage to untether your cargo here so that we might dispense of it.
Yeah,
to its
we'd be happy to facilitate that.
necessary components and get it off in the right location.
Yeah.
Do you think that maybe one of my ISP certified associates might step in and figure out how to get that all off your shoulders?
Sure, we can help. Otherwise, we'll be in the hot tub.
Oh, you have a hot tub. That goes against regulation, but I'll allow it.
Well, it's technically a tub for New Squy. They're just, abusing the privilege, but I require it for my biological needs.
Yeah.
I understand.
We're all about accessibility
can
here on
tell.
the Sunday special.
The I can tell line does not strike you as particularly sultry. It kind of sounds passive aggressive and rude.
Yeah. So I mean, I allow her.
The part of me that likes the challenge really wants to try to seduce this customs officer, just because I know they'll never go for it, but I'm not going to.
I remain.
The part of you that likes a fake voice that the fucking pilot told her to put on really likes
Okay,
the
yes,
idea.
it's a part of me that likes that.
Seducing the
Thanks
fake
for
voice.
fucking outing me for being hot for horny voices.
All right. So I'm gonna
Then
try
this
and.
person who clearly doesn't understand human social interaction is anyway.
Yeah, I attempt to guide them aboard the ship and wash them like a hawk.
Yeah, so
To maintain cover, I get back in the hot tub.
yeah, she does go on board, and she takes a few of her associates with her. And the one with the ISP that she gestured to earlier, with such a sultry intonation, and when she goes to speak to her, she's like, what is with your voice? That does not. Oh, I was told it sounds better for humans. That's something special. All right, where are you pointing me to?
Yes,
And-
she didn't fucking okay. Yes. Oh my god, we've changed the world for the better today.
And she does go help with the cargo, but she does have another associate who comes on as well. And a lot of them do look around and they inspect things and they look at stuff.
Hovering
and
over
I'm
their
going
shoulder
to
the
roll.
entire time, prepared to throw myself.
Ooh.
Alright,
So she notices the loose vent and she says, "Oh, it's so interesting that this vent in particular is loose. If memory serves," and she pulls up her slate. "Oh, the Barracuda does have a rather extended ventilation system. I'm gonna have to crawl up inside and check that out."
I wouldn't suggest that at the moment.
Yeah, I was in the middle of making repairs, which is why the vent is loose. It's not, strictly speaking, safe in there.
And
She looks at you with a face that tells you she's suspicious at you, but her voice says, "Oh, repairs to your ventilation shaft. That's so interesting."
Well, not really. It's a really old Barracuda.
The thing
Kinda
is-
breaks all the time.
if anyone but Hydra goes in there, I mean, they can obviously maneuver well. I have full faith in you and your crew, but, let's say that you guys wind up dinging something that is presently dislodged, and there's a knock-on issue with our ventilation system. Think about the lost time, think about the incurred expenses, and the Trinity's got to foot the bill. I mean,
She looks at you indignantly and even insulted as she says, "Oh, it's really no bother. I kind of have to do it anyway. It is part of my regulated services here.
that's
I would hate to go against the Trinity principle. I am a woman of my word after all.
we've been through the customs inspection
We
before.
have to
before.
crawl up those ventilation shafts."
I wasn't aware that a cavity search was standard protocol these days over Freelandia.
"Whatever do you mean, cavity search?" She says. Her face indicates that she's actually really pissed at you.
And I say, I mean, I confess I never had my vents boarded before.
"I simply don't know to what you're referring. I will have to check these vents thoroughly, especially considering they're under renovation. I have to make sure that they're up to code."
And I'm like, yes.
Okay, what did we hide in the vents?
That's where he is.
Everything.
That's where he is. He's in the cryopod in the vents. I'm going to give you
And the meat
hand-
unit.
I give you the hand signal that indicates outflank them and throw up an impassable anal switch in the way of their progress.
All right, and our facey boy is in the fucking hot tub.
Indeed. Thinking, wow, isn't this comfortable? I'm so glad there aren't any complications going on right now with the inspection.
Yeah, and-
I'm sure it's all going to
and I'll
plan.
say,
Split splash. Hey Doc, can you hand me that? Hey Doc, can you hand me the rubber duck?
I'm gonna say,
Could you come converse with Jimbly here for a moment? He, as you know, is our light event crawler, and he can definitely alert you to any of the smaller foibles. He's a very observant fellow, and you'd want to search everything, and I'm sure he's got a eidetic memory. He can really rattle off every point that you might want to inspect.
Just like a canary in a coal mine.
What?
Okay, so I guess I'm gonna.
I'm gonna say mechanics. Give me a mechanics.
I try to drag her towards Jimbly.
Right.
Say, Jimbly, could you brief our good officer friend here on all of the foibles and uniquenesses of our events? I know you've been crawling around them and you have an itemized list ready.
Yeah. So
I'm told that you're quite the vent crawler.
I
I'm
mean,
a bit of
I
a vent
consider
crawler
myself accomplished in that field. So let me start the explanation here with a bit of framing.
Oh, yeah.
Have you ever been stuck in the inside a vending machine for 16 hours?
I can't say I have, but there was this one time when I leaned into a suggested translation washer machine, and I just couldn't get my abdomen out.
And I was stuck there for quite some time until my hive mate assisted me in getting out.
Well, it's a little bit like that. Yeah, due to the way the renovations are ongoing, there's some squeezes that are pretty tight even for me.
Oh, so tight.
Very tight, indeed.
Very tight. Too tight. For you? That
Not
sounds
quite too tight for
improbable.
me. I can squeeze in. Sometimes I need to lube up a bit first, but you know, once you really get the motion going, it feels pretty good.
You really think you can get through all this?
Suggested translation: ventilation shafts.
Like that? After lubing up?
Well, you know, they do call me the Vent Pro for a reason.
We have to absolutely hose his fur down.
Oh, wow.
That stuff sticks in there.
If you're a vent pro, then I simply must demand that you give me the guided tour of these vents. that
Yeah,
you-
Jimbley. You know where you can go at the moment.
She seems frustrated by her voice box. It does not seem to be matching what she's thinking. And she's kind of looking at it suspiciously.
Well, I will give her a tour of the vent, and I have an exact plan as to how to pull this off.
All right, you're gonna.
Can I
have to
also
give me
get what the?
communication.
Can I get the ship map up real quick?
Yeah, sorry. Let me move you from the hangar bay. Lee, actually, I'm not sure if the Barracuda has the proper, does it have the vents?
Look at the green.
Oh, it,
No, yeah, it has all
Oh,
the vents and the green lines.
it has them listed beautifully.
Honestly, I was thinking earlier I was going to save this for the feedback. I'm really loving the way the vent map works on this map.
Mhm. Yeah, so the access port that says, or that gives you access to the life support, that region is where you find both is where you find the cryo bay, and over in the hallway leading to the EVA is where you have that little cubby that the meat storage is at. And
So you're like
yeah.
here-ish?
I'm gonna say she's fucking dead.
Oh.
Yeah, like here-ish. One of these, it's like on the opposite side of one of those two. It's definitely in somewhere that should have been like a water storage tank that was kind of emptied out. You have less water in your ship for that reason.
Okay, this is
Got rid of the
important.
backup life support and half of the water.
Is it
Fine.
north of the vent that Lee has it under right now, or is it where he has it?
Where I've put the token, actually.
Okay.
And the comp mesh is in an off. Actually, no. What am I saying? I'm gonna say the galley is where the hot tub is. It's heated by the reactors. Offshoot. Meat is over here, and you are guiding the tourists.
Well,
through-
first, I'm gonna give my compatriots some time to set up any sort of distractions or shit they need to do, and I'm gonna buy them that time by saying, "All right, let's go get lubed up."
Yeah, Hydra. Oh, God. Hydra, I'm gonna say you get a mechanics check, despite the fact that that's absolutely not going to fly with
Yeah, I mean, I did the mechanics check already.
Oh, you did. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. You might not actually have to try that hard. Our dearest.
Okay, I mean, to be fair, my entire plan was more or less like start with a random vent over here, deliberately take a very confusing and maze-like path through it, and then just skip over the section where they are, where the cryopod is, hoping that they'll have been confused enough.
You're still going to have to succeed once, but it's less contested now that the mechanics checks makes it appear that that ventilation shaft entirely is cut off.
All right, and what am I rolling here?
Communications. Although she would pointedly say, "Oh, you want me to get lubed up? I simply don't understand what you're on about." And she kind of looks at her translator device, and she turns a dial and she says, "I really don't understand what this is all about. You seem to be running me around. I really just want to do my fucking job and be done with you."
You know, I like once we're like stepped away from the other two, I'll kind of be like, I'm gonna be honest, the captain is a little bit weird. They get really uppity about like anyone doing anything, and they just get really controlling about that sort of thing. So
I'm going to make sure that I take note of the translator code 73 as being something that only perverts really want. That struck me as disgusting, and frankly, I'm a little bit upset with your pilot. I will be filing a complaint.
I'm the pilot. I can't say I suggest.
Oh, you can't hear any of this. This is
Oh wait, where am I?
this is the guided
you're
tour.
off doing some shit. This is me and we're alone time.
You're in the
me and the
fucking
inspector.
vents. You're in the vent.
1-on-1.
So to be clear, your ventilation shaft here, and here are all up to code. Now, what was it that you were doing repairs on? I didn't see any indication as of such.
Well, you see. Wait, shit, what day is it?
What do you mean? What day is it?
Oh my god, what day is it? The Tuesday?
Checks. Yeah, it's I mean,
I'm like, oh fuck,
it's Saturday in character.
It finished 3 days ago. I totally lost track. I'm trying to Cairo sleep. It gets out of the. That's my bad. I'm sorry.
Of course, no, that's completely understandable. Cryosleep does, notably have the effect of inducing lost time syndrome in many patients, particularly common among RAS. She pulls up her slate. 70% more likely, in fact, to experience post-cryosleep apnea. I am sorry that I did not notice the repairs having been finished on the dossier earlier. I will take note of that and let you on your way. I have delayed you long enough.
Well, thank you, and I apologize again for our pilot.
Right, I am still filing a complaint.
Oh no, please do. If you need someone to co-sign it or like endorse it or anything, you have my slate number.
Yes, noted. Due to the time dilation, it probably will be of no use to me to corroborate this, but I do appreciate you. And if you would like to go on record briefly and say that you understood what was happening and felt the same way, that would be very expedient towards writing up your pilot. And she looks at the name that's listed on the docket. Now, Lee, does your character actually go by her name?
I think that she is probably
She's wanted in the Trinity, right? For
she's not
violations.
she's not
and shit.
wanted. But she probably goes by Eucaria Lakely rather than Eucaria lately.
Oh, that's the kind of genius alias that will full tipping a trend.
She'll be stumped for weeks.
I will make sure that
that name might as well be Cryosleep
reprimanded.
because it's going to put that
I
investigation.
love the idea of her typing
ice.
this and to be like, complaint about pirate Eureka Lakely, and then the mother comes in and they're like, do you mean the other one? The one that actually exists?
Okay, I've dawdled you long enough. You do manage to get out without too much of a hitch, and the Mirai does, after doing a rather thorough inspection, let you leave, and you're out of the system. I'm gonna say one more piloting check, operations, if you will, just to fly casual.
Flying casual. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Holy shit.
I get 2 extra twists every time I succeed. I don't know if that technically means I get a super twist every time I score at least 1 twist while piloting, but let's just say I fly real
Sure.
smooth
What's
and
that
average.
super twist gonna go towards?
Just making it fly real fucking casual.
I don't want to be that guy, but you don't know whether or not that means it's a super twist.
Yeah, I was about to say, you can make that
Well,
decision right now.
I think that it would be up to the Dreamweaver, but I would call it a super twistable.
That's what I ended up doing, actually. I'm giving you that. You fly past the Scavenger's Haven, which is a large
A
debris
knockoff
field.
of the Smuggler's Den, which can't use its name for legal reasons.
Scavenger's Haven is in Freelandia. It's a long extended stretch of debris field from a super carrier of Imperial make that found its way into the system about 20 years ago. Apparently, it started a little bit of a kerfuffle, or prolonged 5-year, 2-3 year battle, which involved the casualties of many thousands of Trinity soldiers, as well as uncounted Marsh soldiers as well. And you fly easily through this salvage field, and on the other side, you're no longer visible. Nobody even noticed that you opened up your warp, fold gate and
wormhole, yeah.
shot yourself off into token space. Salvagers, however, might have taken note of your hasty departure. Some might have cheered it, assuming you were smugglers on their side. Some might have taken note and thought to themselves about the awful system in which they currently reside, and how desperately they want to be anywhere else. And you find yourselves exactly where they would like to be. Anywhere else in New Tortuga! After a couple
Really
of years.
hoping that whoever comes after us hired the fourth best free smuggling team.
Mm-hmm. So you get here, and there's definitely a lot fewer ships than when you last were here in this beloved system. And you take note. I'm sorry. Would you like me to delay further and deal with the year or so, several years in which you have to interact with the NPCs and so on and so forth?
We were in cryo,
Yeah, the meat unit does facilitate, as mentioned, saving both you and the cargo. Did you want to do anything about the cargo? Did you act? I don't want to.
I don't have any plans to kill him. We won't get paid if we do that.
I think he meant the cargo that we brought as like the cover.
No.
Oh no, we got that one unloaded. So yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I meant the person. Did you want to do anything about the person?
No. I mean, I think we leave him.
The only thing I can think to do is they made a very dumb mistake when they recruited us for this job, telling us why this person is valuable, i.e., they know a bunch of codes.
Yeah.
Those codes could be worth a lot of money.
I mean, yeah, the problem is we are not interrogators.
Yeah. I'm not saying we should do that. It's the only reason I can think of to do it.
Yeah, I mean, unless Jim Blee or Hydra is about to crack out. So I know, a state organization that'll set us up for life if we show up with this guy. Then I think we stick with the job.
I mean,
Jim Blee, sleeper agent.
we could probably get set up for life from a number of places with this. It's not a guaranteed shot that they won't just kill us and take them at a few of them, but...
Yeah, exactly. Which means if you don't have a pre-existing relationship, I'm not trusting it. We have the deal right
Yeah,
now.
I mean, I'd rather not piss off the people who hired us because they're pretty powerful. Also, I live much, much longer than either of you if I do a good job. So, rather not make this enemy. It also wouldn't set me up for life.
All right. So, without further duress, you do arrive in the system that you were set to arrive at. And you were informed that there would be mercenary assistance on your end. And you take note of the situation. It looks like a few Kogias have arrived. Looks like, some of the old hats. There's a perpetual Skibidopian make yacht that seems to be parked in what you would associate with the location that the Scusa operated of the three. Casino is positioned. The other, of course, belonging to the Syndicate and the independently worshipful of the god of luck of human lore individual named something like Fozzie or something. And she has her own, Freddie maybe. She has her own ideas of running a casino. It's all
really.
Yeah, she's a little bit of a weirdo. But she might be listening into this conversation, and if she does, she should take note that I did in fact give her a cameo. Either way, you do find yourself in the system, and as usual, there are the irregular vessels, though fewer than last time, and you are once again hailed by Captain Jackdaw of the Outland crew.
All right, well, I answer the hail.
No reason not to. He says, "Hey, you made it! Oh my God, it's been what, 5-6 years now? Come on in. Drinks on me.
Does he look older?
A bit. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Gray hair.
Just making sure this all isn't some sort of simulation, a game played by friends or something.
you know,
And you know, his boy wife has molted several times. Totally different plumage.
I say, so, yeah, certainly, we're coming to dock. By the way, have you gotten news from Freelandia since our visit?
Why would I get news from Finlandia?
Huron is dead.
Oh, what a pity. Didn't know him that well.
I'm like, oh, remember that other person also, like, died, messed up, whatever. Point is, maybe bribing people 3 years out wasn't the best idea, but it all worked
I mean,
out.
we made it out fine. I don't know why you guys are complaining. We're here.
That's between them and God.
We made out fine. The only point is,
Whichever one you worship.
depends on how much Huron knew. You just might want to keep that in mind.
Point noted. I can't imagine Huron spilled any beans that weren't already spilled, though.
Yeah, I remember that those people killed him, and then they had his stuff for blackmail, and then we killed them. I think it's fine.
Assume they didn't have a backup, yeah.
I mean, Huron was never my guy, truth be told. They worked for the Vanguard. Not for me. I'm a fucking pirate.
Sure, well,
I
yeah.
work for people like you.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
people
so
like
tell us,
me.
like, what did you do over the last
Well,
7 years? Have a child, get a new haircut, put at a 4th casino?
I must confess, me and my hubby here are not quite looking for reproductive stuff. You know, mostly just the. He looks at his husband with the most loving expression you've ever seen, and his husband looks back in just the most cherubic admiration and says, "Wild feral sex." Anyways, yeah, no, I've done good by myself, and so too will you. Come by for a free drink. As I said, that investment paid off.
Yeah, so I guess we'll enter now. And I'm like, how lovely, in the same way that, like, someone would do it if you just described, like, the process of, they describe the process of regrading their cabinets
Before we
like...
get in, I'm gonna say, all right, buddies. Here's the official story. We keep Ghost on the ship, and we say the LZ was hot, we extracted, and we left the bot on the surface to cover our escape. Sound good? Otherwise, he wants it back.
Yep, unfortunately, we lost the meat unit.
All right.
Oh, wow.
So, cover story established. We go have a drink at the bar.
Right. Yeah, so, go for a drink at the bar. Let me, you know, the meat unit no longer with you, of course. And,
Although I actually don't drink.
it doesn't matter to me. You go to the bar. And all of the named characters, do appear to be quite missing, as you approach. And so too, does, his, Hoobie.
Wow, this sure feels like an ambush.
Yes, and he says, "Hey! Get back, you old rascals!
Always a pleasure.
Good to see you.
Ages. Now let's get to the second half of your payment." And he walks you to that same table and he walked you to last time. Yeah, I'm assuming you go along. Yeah. There's a couple of the regulars you notice. The same people playing pool, same beer pirates looking you up and down and up and down. You don't see your contact, and you don't see anybody who marks you as a mercenary. There's a few of you here. There's one news guy who eyes you, Hydra
Wait, the
Seed.
same new squire is back, or is it a different new squire from last time?
It is the same one, but it appears that Z has gone through several fashion changes. It's really only perceptible to you who can see in the UV spectrum, but definitely rocking a new style, and it's actually working pretty well.
I take it Farfly is back home in the Vanguard, yeah?
Oh, Firefly! Yeah, he's doing good. He's safe. He's safe.
Like,
in
wow, what an
a better
interesting way to
place.
put that. Are you safe, I
Better
wonder?
place. Yep, I'm perfectly safe. Everybody here is safe.
I'm
you
looking.
see.
Now I'm looking around. Now I don't feel very safe. Who is this lady?
Somebody accompanied by a few peacekeepers.
Oh yeah. All right. So I kind of like.
You know what else is
a
safe?
shock grenade at this point.
The system, or this station.
Yeah. Very safe.
Because look.
station.
Between the four of us here, no bad blood, no ill intent, no nothing personal. Trinity got here first.
Oh, it's funny the way you say that. Like, to betray us and not going to murder you and everyone you ever known and loved.
I would advise you didn't, because I can't quite find my... He winks at you in a very authentic wink. Can't quite find my husband. But if he is somewhere on the station, I would very much like him to not die right now and maybe refuel as many vessels as possible on his way out.
I love that. Incredible, confusing subtlety. Direct statement of what he's doing.
So I look at the peacekeeper and the person, and I've got the shock grenade in my hand, but like behind my thigh, and I say, "Oh, hello. Why don't you join us for a drink? You look parched."
Yeah, these are my new associates. They're friends of the family. Nothing about them untowards. Real upstand individuals. I'm gonna see myself out at this juncture.
All right. Well, if he's leaving,
yeah, he seems to be leaving, and so too do a number of the.
So when Jackdaw is out the door, I'm going to give Hydra the E6 meters away from the center of that group.
Yeah, I'm gonna like
hand sign
roll this way.
And I'm going to basically, I want to roll over the table, flip it over myself and Jimbly, and throw the shock grenade into the middle of the Trinity.
Okay, let's have it.
I don't know what kind of test you want for me to do that.
Also, this is the fucking scene from from episode 5 of Star Wars where they're like, "Thanks, Lando, for letting us land here." Lando's like, "Emperor, I got here first, kids."
Yes, if you couldn't tell the subtle hints that I'm somewhat inspired by Star Wars in the episode called Tantiff Game. Well, there you have it.
It starts with Tantiv.
Yeah, but
right.
we're changing it for
I changed two
obvious
letters.
reasons. I'm
I
priming the shock
see.
grenade and tossing it. I'll make that test. I don't know if you want me to roll maneuver for the tipping over of the table.
Yeah. Ooh. All right.
And
So-
I want to plant it right here so that at the very least, Jimbly and I will be safe. I don't know where Hydra winds up, but it's a 6-meter radius out from this point.
All right. Which point? That point. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, through
All
the
right.
hologram lady, I chuck a shock grenade.
Beautiful. So that does let me see. So roll the damage on that because it definitely hit some people.
Yeah, so it's base 2 and 1 extra hit. That's 3 electricity, and they have to make an endurance test -2 to not get stunned and lose their next main action. Additionally, if they've suffered any damage, they make a resolve test to not suffer a level 1 shock.
Okay. Let me make their all right. Sorry. Repeat the
Endurance -2 and then a resolve test.
thank you. I'm gonna roll it for both of them because we're pretty late.
Well,
Okay, wow, they do shockingly well.
shocking.
Do they have armor?
They do have some armor. I will say that this person did a different roll than everybody else, so 3d6, I'm gonna say, and yeah, okay. So one of them took it, the buff lady who kind of stood up in front and said, "I'm gonna need to see your identification." Just as the shot grenade went off, and lo and behold, she is laying low, unconscious by the whole affair, but her two peacekeeper associates are a little bit less so. Yeah, she does appear to be a lightweight. Now it is time for initiative.
All right. I'm gonna say, just like on Skibadop, which is an instance where the three of us escaped through the back of a bar.
Where the fuck is my sheet right now? There it is.
Oh, thank you, Lee.
No problem.
Oh, I didn't have the token selected. God fucking damn it! I missed the
I don't
click.
think any of us really got it on
I
the
can
board.
punch. I can
I
punch
mean,
you
it's
all.
something with
Mostly
the
because
turn
of
order
me.
thing. Yeah, like I selected my token.
Yeah, you did everything right. Okay, so
Yeah, I'll put the humans on at 15.
Descending. Okay, thank you. All right. Whoops, did I do that wrong?
Yeah, I got it. I did.
Thank you. Right. So it does appear that they go first.
These are some dedicated fucking officers of the law. I'll put the 3 damage on them.
Mm-hmm. Please do. They're opening fire with their Sir pistols mounted with non-lethal rounds. One of them manages to hit the person that they deem the most threatening, which is to say the person who threw that grenade. Where the fuck are you at?
I am right here, and I am wearing
Underneath
my
the-
composite carapace. So let's see how my shoulder. I am wearing power.
I'm gonna say you get a
shoulder
+5
pads.
armor from your being behind a fallen table.
Well, the fucking table saves me. It's a real Star Wars cantina shootout now, boys.
Beautiful. So that's their turn. And Hydra. Sorry, let me look at the order real quick. Eukaria, it is your turn.
Yeah. So I say just like on Skibadop, and fuck, what gun did I bring?
You hear boots shuffling behind you, as if to suggest there's more of them where they came from.
Yeah, I'm getting that sense. I'm going to aim and
Those
shoot.
darned Kogias.
Aim and shoot my battle rifle at the one on the left.
That's a lot of death.
So I'm going to pump full damage rather than bleed because I don't think I have time to sit around and watch this person bleed out.
Well, they're gonna make an armor check, and they just wouldn't. Yep, they die. Cool, you've murdered a person. Congrats, first kill of the night. Yeah. That they did.
What do you
Sorry.
mean? I mean, well, the meat murdered like a lot of people earlier.
Just PC kill, I suppose.
Right. Sorry. If I may be euphemistic, the wall is painted red, a new hue, contrasting the neon blues
I fall
and
back.
I
violet.
thought
fall
the
back.
thread had like blue or green blood.
This is a human.
I fall back directly into the back room and then go around the corner.
Good job. You've fallen behind the bar. That is both your turn and the everybody else. Eukaria, your turn is over. Hydra, your turn has begun.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm gonna shoot and then move. So I will shoot my crossbow. Do an okay job. Just pump that into damage against the non-dead one. And then I'm gonna book it out here with my 8 movement. 7 minutes by.
All right. So that's 2, 3 damage. All right. Cutting into the. All right. Let me just boop and enter. Okay. And you hear boots shuffling behind you. Jimby, What are you
Jimmy.
doing?
Jimby has got a scout rifle, and Jimby knows how to use it. Which is to say, Jimby shoots the alive peacekeeper,
Mhm.
hopefully to death.
Go for it. Beautiful. That is all into damage, I'm assuming?
Oh yes, but of course.
You have 2 dead peacekeepers on your hand, and you hear on your personal slate, "Hey, sorry to run on ya while we was doing business. Those drinks that was on the house, they really were. I would if I were you. Skedaddle fast before they catch you. Really, no harm intended. Just kind of one of the casualties of business, if you understand. We won't be in the same location again. Find someone who knows how to find us if you want to find us ever again. And I understand if you wouldn't, considering what we just did to you. Bye."
All right. So,
Bye.
So Jimbly,
All right, and then I
pump
move.
you pump full damage. Your AP is.
And yeah,
probably
you're
more
out of there.
armor than they
I'm gonna
have.
say you're back on your ship. You know where you're supposed to take this motherfucker, and it does appear that Ukwa did end up taking your ship into the repair bay and give it more fuel. So you're good to go to the rest of the Vanguard space. You do not have an accompaniment. You definitely didn't see your contact on the inside, if that part wasn't on.
All right, let's fucking move. Hydra, give it everything we've got. Someone
That's
wake up.
definitely gonna be pilot.
Someone wake up Ghost. I want him on the Thresher missile system. Someone's gonna follow us. Fuck him.
Go, fucking go!
Yeah, I think
Gimbly.
he wants me to like boost the engine with mechanics.
Gimbly, get in the command
Go for
seat.
it.
Just ask people questions. I don't know. It's very inspirational for some reason. I'm flicking every
come
fucking
on.
switch.
Why do bad things happen to good people?
You're trying to give it everything that you've got, and you realize that you have already given it everything that you've got, and you might.
No,
need
I
to,
realized
like,
that Cleo changed
reassess.
all of my settings and hit all of my tools. Like they're all in the
Yes.
wrong places now.
6 fucking years ago, or 5 fucking years ago, Cleo was in your engine. You haven't checked it since. You kind of just assumed that she did a bang up job, but she did. In the worst of ways. You don't understand anything going on in this hellhole.
They changed engineering along with math.
How the fuck could they change math? Twice in the same night, different characters, no less. How? Anyway, Lee, I'm expecting a piloting role from you fairly
So
soon.
we gun it. Yeah. Do I have that edge?
You know what? Fuck it. Go for it.
So I'm gonna go ahead and reach. Because I'm gonna stay at one edge to simulate rolling, not re-rolling that dice. And -2. Okay, so all that gets me is a level 1 shock, but I'm putting all of that into speed and power as I rocket us the fuck out of the station.
Speed and power. Speed and power.
Okay. You get.
Their AI has processing they can spend to re-roll as ours if you want.
That's a good point. Yep, I'm gonna do that.
I'm assuming you want me to live track
Do you want to do
many.
that for me?
Do you want me to track literally how many encounter units I have gotten from where we were?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. I'm going to set the ship to controlled by everyone, and I am going to move it 3, 1, 2, 3 counter units. We have 14 for armor. Okay. And you have spent one of your
With the
processing. I will click
I
that
realize
off
that
of
you don't
what
have
please.
an illustration for this vessel. You know why? Because I just made it. You haven't even seen it yet. We're all seeing it at the same time.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Out of the shadows.
Ooh.
Let me change the music here. Sorry, this has got to be something dramatic. Lee, what's our most dramatic? Let's go with Void by Zombie, right? Right. Zombie Nicks always got them dramas. Out from the shadows emerges what can only be described as an Onakara. What is the term, Lee?
Ocarina.
Ocarina, right? An ocarina of dread.
Time.
No, an ocarina of dread, Max.
Oh, I dread time. It marches everyone onward.
Vast holes upon this vessel conceal both maneuvering mechanisms as well as satellite dishes, and the greebling along the side conveys a story that you know far too well, that this is the Trinity's special tool against those things that go bump in the night and can't be found after they go bump. This is a hunter, and you are its prey. There is no escaping this creature that emerges before you. As you receive a hailing, this thing emerging from beneath one of the Kogias, concealed by the greased ring.
I am going to respond by not accepting the hail, but sending my own hail, and that hail is just going to consist of
A virus.
the space version of Rick Astley, played at such a bit rate as to try and clog their computers.
I have several stand-up comedy sets available for this function.
I don't know if we want to give your name, face, and voice to the authorities, but if you volunteer.
No, don't you know Madeline's
them.
character has a VTuber AI that looks like Jerry Seinfeld.
Oh my god. But yeah, I'm thinking don't pick up, try and get out of here. This isn't our ship. If we can just get out of system and ditch it after we get paid. There's lots of ships in Vanguard space that can't follow us there. They don't have jurisdiction. Let's go. And I'm screaming, battle stations, it's a reef keeper, holy shit. We've got a bucket of bolts.
Oh my god, they made them in the years we were asleep. It's so cool looking.
I didn't follow upcoming ship news when I was 6 years ago, I guess.
Your comms seem to ignite of their own accord. You tried to shut them down, but you can't shut down this signal for some reason. And
you haven't updated our fucking comms firmware in 6 years.
let's go with
Fucking government always has a back door.
From beneath, you see a Rast looking down upon you in full Trinity regalia. He's wearing a spider suit, the like that you might have seen on speculative magazines 6 years ago. He's decked to the nines with high-tech Trinity information and armament, and he looks down upon you to the bottom-mounted camera of his console for whatever reason, probably to convey strength. And he says,
And I'm like, oh my god, did he do that to make himself look taller? I whisper loudly to Jimbly, because it's not working.
Yeah, I could be like, yeah, it's not a great angle.
I'm Officer Javbu Toscada. You will halt your egress from this system at this point, and I will inspect your hull.
Sorry, you're going to have to match velocity with us. It seems that our propulsion is out of control. There's a fire back there. If I slow down, we'll explode.
Yeah, it's really all hands on deck here, I say, limply holding out my multi-tool, clearly not doing anything. And I'm like, also, I don't want to be that guy, but were you bullied a lot as a child? What's a Rast doing as a Trinity stiff?
Well, no, forget about that. Not to offend you, oh dear Highness Officer of Tallness, for sure. Have you seen the movie where there's the bus that can't go under a certain speed?
Oh, you mean Speed?
Yes, that
I
one.
watched everything
Yes,
with Keanu
yes.
Reeves in it. We have a whole museum dedicated to that. I would say like
Yeah.
in my culture, but no, my mom's just a huge fan.
Dude, that's why, you know, if you can match Speed, we would love to show you the Keanu Reeves Museum. I think you would love it. Got the whole
where does
you
that-
have to
Matrix
go
thing.
onto my birth planet. You have to go through several swamps and horrifying obstacles, but it's worth the trip. No one lives, but
Yeah,
it would be
so
worth the trip. If
We
you could
won't
see it.
be slowing down here, and I'm afraid we. Oh no! It looks like we have our fold space drive locked in. I can't. What? Where's the reactor leak if we don't tear that hole?
We're going to be inspecting that.
Hmm.
And I'm like, well, I'm gonna go
I'm
pre-inspect
like, wait,
it.
hold on one more thing. I have a few more things to say about Keanu Reeves before we go.
All right. Make me an operations check to move past. They're getting into engagement range.
All right. I'm going to like hit mute on my thing, get on my headset, and say all power to thrust. This is our one chance to cate them. If they activate their Shadowcaster, we're not gonna get out.
Do I like what kind of check is that?
I think you can actually, if it's just main action, you
mechanics.
can just or mechanics
Divert
or-
power to
yeah.
thrusters.
True.
Yeah, if you want to put all 3 power on that thrust?
Yeah.
All right, that makes this a modifier 4 test in a Barracuda, which is quite an achievement.
Where the
We are
ship-
basically running away from like an Empire ship in the Mystery Machine. I like her plucky charm.
Yeah,
Amazing.
Our plucky charms, eh? Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. I'm assuming
They'll always be after me, plucky charm.
I mean, honestly, pretty great roll.
So yeah, I've uncovered the Reef Keeper at the bottom of the screen. Oh, have I not? Yeah. Okay.
There we are.
And yeah. So, and I took away their thing that they've already spent so they're at 4 processing now.
Yeah.
All right. So with our 3 power put into thrust, I think we're at a good spot? Question mark? I don't know. Tell me, Dreamweaver. Weave me a dream.
Yeah, no, you do manage to get like 3 squares away or so.
1, 2, 3.
You're definitely quickly exiting the gravity well that you were previously trapped in. If you get 2 more rounds this good, you're out.
I would point out, we're outside of it right now, but they double their range if they put 1 power into their Shadowcaster.
Hey, Lee, it's like 12:30. Stop helping the enemy do a good job. We don't have time for this fight.
I'm what's up with the space combat? I'm
The
sorry.
problem is, see, what really
Yeah, this
happened
definitely
is the
started
commander is now knee deep in the Wikipedia article about Keanu Reeves, so they're not going to be doing anything this turn.
Anyway, this is a combat that will last 2 rounds one way or another. So let's make them count. Shall we?
I'm piloting. That's what I've done for this. I don't know, Jimbly, if you want to give us a rousing speech or shoot a gun or get on the transponder and ready in action to fire the decoys if we get shot at. But
I think that last one makes the most sense.
I assume they're firing from the bridge.
I mean, sure, I may have murdered some Trinity Marshals, but firing upon a warship, a type of warship that didn't exist 5 minutes ago?
Yeah, I mean, that'd be too much. And I also like to call out, like, look, if we all do die, I was lying. My mom's museum is actually a Nicolas Cage museum, so it's really not
Wait.
worth the trip.
No, but you can see a thing about Con Air,
Yes, you
which
can.
is what we're doing right now. We're doing a Con Air.
So I think that we've all taken our turns unless anybody has anything they want to declare. So
Okay. So let's have the Rast agent attempt this. I'm gonna say with that bonus. I'm gonna push that. Reach that.
Are you giving them the ship's thrust?
What's their ship's thrust?
+2.
Am I missing? Oh, good point. I'm gonna roll that all.
The Reef Keeper's in the bottom right, bottom left. Sorry, I revealed it.
Yeah, thanks for giving us a -1 thrust ship, Lee.
Hey, the Barracuda's a -2. The Sunday Special is a -1. I gave us a
Oh,
tricked
wow.
out Barracuda.
All right. Well, they managed to get a little bit closer, but not quite enough. And you do see though that they are lining up a shot with their sub-mounted weaponry.
Get ready with those fucking decoys.
And let's see. You just regular ballistics, right? Or what's the bonus?
Which weapon are they? The mod is listed by each of the weapons. In
The big
bottom
one.
The 600 mev particle beam.
Mm-hmm.
Mod 4. It is, however,
That sounds right.
it is less effective at range. Their line laser doesn't care about range and is also mod 4.
Let's go with that one then. Woo!
Ooh, Nelly. Is that center fire?
Yes.
Okay, so I see a hit coming up to propulsion, and I say, fuck it, I can't let that happen. And so I'm going to make an operate test to pivot. Oh, fuck me. But, because of my talent, I do get to roll 2 pivot alts and pick my preferred location. That doesn't count. Okay. 6. I pump it to hull instead.
Sounds about right. Immediately, who's in the hull?
And we get no armor successes. I don't think anyone's in hull. We have Hydra and Reactor. The 2 of us are in bridge.
Okay. You do manage to insulate yourself from the ongoing onslaught, and it's your turn now.
All right, so they
Yay,
shoot us for
we're
3
still
damage.
alive.
We're at 11 to 14. Fuck. We're not going to be that lucky again. And also, I have just used, I think, my main action on that, haven't I?
I believe so.
Yeah, I turn to Jimbly, and I say, Jimbly, you gotta pull it out. I'm too busy with the pivot. You've gotta, and
And
I put
he
my
commands
hands-
you to like order.
oh shit, and I'm a dogfighter too, aren't I?
No, the order only gives extra successes.
I thought maybe it's a
Modifier.
different system.
Okay, yeah, we
I
also
think there's a
have-
different thing that does that that I'll have. Whatever. Either way, Jimbly seizes the flight yoke. I guess it would be a joystick on a spaceship. It'd just be a.
Actually,
Little
it's one of the old human ones. So it's like
It's a yoke. Okay.
yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
can I release the drones then, or decoys?
So that's a countermeasure that gets shot. Technically speaking, like they shoot and then you use that to counter. Technically speaking, Jimbly's readied thing should have gone off, but we'll pretend.
Oh, so Jim Lee had readied it, but
Sorry, yeah, I forgot.
It's cool. I'm gonna roll an operation now because Jimbly's in control.
All right,
Oh, yeah.
modifier -1. Oh, sorry, sorry. Positive 2 overall from the power.
okay, so I'll
Go.
be in charge of the
The decoy array.
this turn.
All right,
Hey!
Damn.
Thanks.
and I'll say use the processing. Give it all she's got, and you can spend 1 to get another reroll if you want.
Sure, why not?
I will take off half of our processing for this.
A little bit of this. Give me a little bit of that. Hey!
Damn, bada bing, bada boom. You managed to, it is something of a feat to see a Barracuda pull away from a top of the line Trinity vessel. But you do manage to put it in the proverbial dust, like you might while landing on Freelandia. Any number of awful rednecks. And the vessel does, however, continue towards you. Has everybody made their turn?
I'm like holding my action to release the drones, so yes, functionally.
Okay. It's trying to get to you, and it actually does quite a good job. It's really attempting to line up that final shot with its laser weapon. Lee, are we too far for it to be effective by your
The
estimation?
particle beam?
The
The laser
big
doesn't give a
cutoff,
shit. If it's in space, the laser can shoot it with no problem.
Well, the big weapon, is it the particle beam?
The asteroid buster is like the I blow you up. The particle beam is the I disable you. The line laser is I melt you. The most deadly thing they could shoot at us right now would be their line laser still.
Go with that. Gonna spend a processing to reroll that.
Wow. I mean, all we did was murder several agents, and they're already shooting to kill. How rude. And that you'd at least have to kill like 3 people.
Alright,
For some reason, they seem to think that you will survive this. And I'm gonna have this person reach also.
Alright, well, I remembered that I have 3 points of evasion innately, so we are gonna have a little more armor if we do get hit, but oh, fuck.
I mean, if we do get hit, also like the these.
Decoys! I shout at Hydra.
Okay, what do I do?
System sets modifier 2. And I will scratch 1 mark to know that we have fired 1 volley of them. Okay, so that knocks off 2 of their successes. They're succeeding with 3.
Okay.
Or, wait, do they actually have that edge?
Yes. This is the pilot slash
Okay, I'm counting it right. Okay, yeah, so they're succeeding with
Javert.
they're succeeding with 3. We are rolling our armor, which is 4, 5, 6, 7, due to my evasion because I'm a dog fighter, just absolutely barrel rolling the Barracuda. It gets us fucking jack shit. Base of 3, 4 damage overall. The laser burns into our... We can live without life support. Life support, you know.
Oh god, and I'm like, remember, we don't have backup life support. That's a cryopod now.
Fuck! And I try and desperately wrench control, again spending my main action to try and avert disaster. And,
Oh, you don't think Jimby did a good enough job driving? Fine.
And don't be passive aggressive about this, you fool. So positive 1 plus 3, 4, of course.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure they'll arrest you all, but I'll be a vending machine. Can't arrest a vending machine.
Okay.
Wow!
So there is actually a super twist for this that I think I might try and go for.
Yeah.
If I can. So I'm pivoting very fucking hard, right? And
So fucking hard.
so I can twist at the very least. I know I can do to defer the hits into fractures, right? Now my choice is, it's hitting life support right now. I could put the reactor of the comp mesh. And I decide to let it hit the comp mesh, but it doesn't cause a crisis. I'm converting... Wait. Can I do this?
I mean, look, none of us know if you can or can't, so like, we don't care.
I'm gonna look at the back of my hand as if to say...
Roll randomly, reroll.
Yes.
Okay, so,
As if to say yes.
So there are now 4 fractures in the comp mesh. If we take any further damage, all 4 of them will pop, dealing an extra 4 damage. Laser is just like skidding off of our fucking computer room.
Beep,
right.
boop, I'm about
Right
to
next
be
to the
shot.
bridge.
Alright,
you know.
so you all
Like, no, my half-installed karaoke system.
That's all. That's my reaction to their turn.
Okay. That's actually your turn now.
Okay, I'm going to side action, operate, and try and evade to get us even more evasion armor. I get us 1 more than I would normally at the cost of a level 2 shock.
Yeah, so you go up an edge as you realize that
Fuck.
you've been set up entirely, and all of this was a betrayal from after a certain point, the get-go, and you never had safe harbor, and you're not even sure what's going to be there for you when you get to Vera space. And you go up an edge, as does
I'm like,
everybody else.
oh my
on
god,
the
you know that
intercom
Cleo
hearing you.
fixed her thrusters, right? Like, we have no idea what she did.
Just spinning the ship, trying to not get
Everybody else pop
us.
up an edge as well.
Okay, so
I'm edging
screaming,
so hard right
God,
now,
we're
right?
fucked. We never should have taken this job. It was too good to be true. And
Oh, no, this one's been pretty fun.
And I'm like, wait,
I don't
it
regret
wasn't
it.
suspicious to you that they bribe people 3 years in advance?
maybe it's just efficient. I don't know. I don't handle the bribes. And yeah, that's my whole action economy. I have main action, reacting, side actions, evaded.
Okay.
Gimli.
Well, I'm still at driving job, I guess.
Can we do that thing where, like, we go dark and they can't lock onto us?
That would not be a bad idea, although I don't think they've locked onto us anyway.
Well, then how are they
Yes,
shooting
they
us?
definitely
Do you
already have.
Not have to.
You don't need to be locked to be shooting. It would clear our evasion if they were locked on.
Fair point.
But up
So,
to
yeah,
Pat,
they
up to
haven't
Pat, up to DM.
No. You make a good argument. They haven't yet. I haven't done that yet.
All right. What I'll say is, if I recall correctly, before 2 turns ago, you said 2 more good getting away rolls and you'll be away. So if I manage to pull off another good roll this time, is Jim Lee not a pilot?
You might just, yeah. You might get out of the gravity well. You might be able to escape.
Hi, buddy.
All right. Can I get a quick Jim Lee, he's my boy. If he can't make it, we're all gonna die. From everyone.
Gimli, he's my boy. If he can't make it, we're all gonna die. Oh.
That's embarrassing. And now it's
Yeah,
forever
Madeline didn't
sealed.
do it. And honestly, I'm thinking of flubbing the roll.
Well, I was distracted. Totally decided to step all over my keyboard.
Well,
fairness,
totally.
It's
being
there
rude.
forever now.
Okay. I did okay-ish.
Whoops. Well, that's fine and dandy. I'm gonna say that puts you up an edge. So give yourself an edge there. As you
Nope.
realize that if
I
they
don't know how to fly a ship.
Okay, you know what
And
I'd
my
like to
ability to
do?
Hmm?
I want to very quickly look at information on the officer guy and conduct psychological warfare by revealing whatever is private about him in an
Okay.
extremely damaging way.
Roll me in systems. This is fun.
Ooh,
Ooh.
finally something.
Because these are 10-minute rounds. For the first 5 minutes, you don't find anything. This guy seems to be absolutely spotless. Grew up in a home ship, emigrated to the Trinity, been happy ever since. Everything went well. But with those additional successes, you find out that he was a former member of the Scusa, turned against his kind, betrayed the code, and attempted to quote unquote atone for his sins. He's
Piece
from
of fucking shit. My God.
he's from Daruna.
They're
and
scum
he's
and they're scum.
actually quite faithful to the Darunan pantheon, and believes that he has done wrong by his morals and by his god, and he will make sure that anybody who betrays or who is dissatisfied with the Trinity is provided resources that would help them feel better about the Trinity. The same goes to criminals who disobey the Trinity laws. He wants you in therapy now.
Okay, so I'm thinking that with this information, maybe we should stall him by pretending to surrender, or having an emotional breakdown, but not. I mean, I feel like it'd be weird if I did it because I'm a news wire.
no.
It's not very plausible.
I'll do it.
Yes,
This is genius.
do it.
I'm a ras.
And I'm pretend to be from Daruna. He worships the Darunan pantheon, and he used to be a Scusa member. Breakdown. This is the time for you to act. Become the role, Jimbly.
All right, it's like 3, 2, 1. I'm going I can't take it anymore. This life of crime, wronging my fellow sentients for what? A few more Raidus? What will those get me? A slightly larger plaque in the hallway of the dead on the home ship? What is that worth? Nothing! Nothing at all compared to the lives of the people of the galaxy. What am I doing? What are we anyone doing here? What is this? Ooh.
Apparently, the intelligence officer Javbu is able to hear you and responds,
I've been there before. Simply turn your vessel around. We will make sure that you are taken care of in a respectable and conscientious fashion. You will not have to suffer any longer the guilt of your actions. We can arrange for you to be assisted. Please, turn yourself over. The Trinity knows what's right, and the Trinity will help those in need.
I mean, that's not a bad plan, actually. I mean, are there cryopods in the Piranha?
Mm-hmm. There
That's a
are.
pretty good plan.
I mean, I don't understand the plan. I don't know what a piranha is in this context.
It's the shuttle strapped right by
escape
the
shuttle on the front of your ship.
So you want to just use the shuttle for all of us to escape, or?
Yeah, I think I mean, well, okay. So right now we're talking this guy down, but we're not in an escape range, right, Pat?
Not quite yet. You will be at the end of the next turn.
On the one hand, it's a contingency plan. On the other hand, I don't know. But
Oh wait,
yeah.
no. Here's what I'll say. I'll buy us a turn. I have a way to buy a turn. All right. Wish me luck. I'm gonna wrestle for the controls. And then I go off screen and start like making noises like a scuffle is happening and like knock over pots
You're
and
a good
pans
man.
and shit.
Oh
I
God!
like
You
realize
fueling
what you're
Trinity
doing.
worm. I would rather die than attend your therapy.
It's for the best.
Oh God! He's a
For
traitor.
all of you. All right, and roll me that communicate. And I'm gonna say it's a +2 because you're facilitated by the admittedly half-assed acting of everybody else in the crew.
Hey, better than information.
Not my
Damn,
best
I gave you a
effort.
+2. Look at that.
Yeah.
You managed to succeed as everybody else in the group goes up a stress for having.
You're all like, God fucking
Try to
damn.
solve
we
it.
give
And
him
I'm
a
like,
simple
oh god, no
assignment.
wonder he only pretends to be inanimate objects. He failed community theater, help.
Yeah, but you all managed
it's different.
to
The acting
collectively
is so
sell it.
convincing that you're momentarily stressed by the fact that, oh no, my companion has had a breakdown and turned to the other side.
All right, Lee. During that time, are you attempting to move the cryopod into the piranha?
Yes.
Well, for one turn
Well,
of escape
actually-
range, I don't feel like we need the piranha.
I guess I don't understand, like, can a shuttle go to warp? Wouldn't that just...
Almost
Promise.
unless they explicitly can't. Yeah, shuttles have forward space drives. There's a couple that don't, but piranhas can. It would be tricky, but I think where we Moose Token to Vanguard space, we would be
You're not far.
dry or mostly dry on heavy matter, but we could make it.
You'd
Well, what I'm
definitely
saying
be
is,
able to
I
make
feel
it.
like we're one turn
It's a
from...
desperation move. It's a desperation move. We're not
This
losing
is-
the ship
alright,
if we don't
so-
can't help it.
If I can sway you one way or another, this is an intelligence vessel. Whether you escape or not, it probably can find you again if you're in
Well,
the same.
I mean,
ship.
we're gonna ditch the ship, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
but I feel
but
like
I'm
we
just
can ditch
saying,
it.
like, you know...
I'd
You
rather
jumped
not
first.
be in a shuttle for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and say that with that individual distracted, you are able to get out of the system, and you do manage to escape.
All
Give
right,
me.
next plan. This is the backup plan I was thinking we could do from the start. Sell this fucker to some Rast. You know there's a megacorp out there
Yeah,
somewhere who
also,
wants this
like,
bitch.
that officer guy, we should definitely report him to his old Scusa so that they hunt him down and kill him.
Ooh,
because, you know, that would be
good
funny.
move.
I get the sense they know, but yeah, we'll let them know where he was latest.
I
you
mean,
know.
yeah, I'm sure he's some kind of enemy. I mean, I wouldn't mind putting up a little money for a bounty. Like, it's just so law-abiding. It makes me a little sick, to be honest.
I mean, he did
I don't know.
he did just
He fell through
participate in shutting
performance. I'd rather
down
keep his
a
own around.
lucrative smuggler Scusa-run casino, so I'm sure that they can bump him up the prio list.
Well, he didn't shut it down. I mean, Jackdaw is still running it. Like, I think he's gonna keep going. But, well, I mean, keep going-ish. I am going to kill him. So, I mean, I guess we could pin it on this guy, or, you know, just
Fair
find someone
enough.
else to run it.
So,
We'll
I
see.
know where we run to. I figured it out. We fucking turn around immediately and go right back to the station. They'll never expect it. We kill him, and then we go somewhere else.
oh my god. So, I mean, yeah, I literally turn to the crew and I say, alright, we didn't see Farfly there. The Vanguard definitely wants this fuck. Do we go somewhere else now that it seems like we're burned? Maybe we're burned from the beginning? Or do we assume that the Vanguard dislikes the Trinity? I mean, they don't have an extradition treaty. They're not going to give us the Trinity.
I mean, it
have
doesn't seem so much like
Vanguard
the Vanguard betrayed us as it does that Jackdaw betrayed us. Which, like, duh, but...
I mean, let's be honest. We have this guy. He's worth a lot to them. Feels like...
Yeah. You also
maybe
know,
don't
by the way,
waltz in and say, delivery accomplished, but, like, get into that space and let it be known to the people who are delivering it to that we have him.
Yeah,
and try to set up some sort of mutual meeting.
Yeah, I think that we fly. I think we jump to the Ashaban system and see what's up.
All right. Give me that operate roll as you find yourself in the void. No stars, no asteroids, nothing near you.
Same power allocation.
Now you just have to chart your course. And you succeed. No threats behind you, except the fact that you know that was an intelligence agency. This vessel is very, very likely extremely burned. You're not going to get into any Trinity system in this ship ever again.
Well, good thing it's not ours.
Indeed.
Whew.
As you find yourself rolling up to the people who do own it. Let's get the proper tunes for that. Let me scooch on down to... It's not that one, nor that one.
Do I have it uploaded?
Do you not have the Veer tune uploaded? It's one of the better ones. So rude of you.
Here's a question that just popped into my mind. In a scenario like this, we're going to say, like, you know, you lend someone a spaceship. I'm thinking like a modern version of this. Like, you lend someone a car, and they proceed to use it to break a bunch of crimes.
Well, okay, no, they lent us a car to do the crime specifically. Like,
well, okay,
they wanted
no, I'm
this
saying
guy
this
to
is a
give
slightly
us the
different
ship.
scenario. I'm setting up a slightly different hypothetical. So you lend someone a car, they go do a bunch of crimes with it, making it, like, immediately impoundable in a different country. They come back. Could you sue them for the lost value of your car now being illegal in the nearby country?
Okay, so to be clear, they gave you a used getaway vehicle
I'm not saying
that
this is
had been
relevant at
used
all. I
for
just brought up this
crime
thing.
and was intended for crime and definitely is illegitimate. And then they were like, hey, we'll get you back to your ship after you get out of this awful fucking hellhole that we've put you in. That's more or less how that went out. Anyway, you find yourself in Vanguard space.
I love that they could afford, like, a mercenary army and all of these bribes, but not, like, a non-shit ship to burn.
Ships
I mean, they are
expensive.
beer.
Good ship.
I'm not saying, like, knowing how much a
typically
ship's
have
cost
to.
in this game, legit cheap, legit the easiest place to cut costs.
I think the title of the Veer track has something to do with herds, but frankly, I don't remember. Either way, you find yourself in Vanguard space, orbiting Ashbon, and after being hailed by a number of different amalgam ships, somebody who finally seems like they know what they're doing stands ahead of you and says, hello. Sorry.
Hello. I'm Firefly. I think we've met before.
Indeed. We did a deal with you. We've got the
Yes.
cargo.
I'm terribly sorry about my associates in the intermediary portions of this voyage. They seem to have
Makes you think about it.
purchasable loyalties, which is a
Oh.
tragedy, really.
Well,
Please,
we do the job that we sign up for. So
you did, yes. I've cleared your landing space. It's in a rather discreet location. obviously you were sanctioned by our government, but if anyone were to see you landing in that vessel, I dare say that might get back to officials within the Trinity, and really we can't have that.
Sounds good. We'll take the piranha.
Perfect. Thank you. We'll be there to assure that everything goes smoothly from here on out, and I'm sorry again about the lack of the mercenary band. You will be paid upon arrival, and we will certainly need to see that
Bring the money, we'll bring the goods.
everybody is safe. Yes.
I look meaningfully at Jimbly as if they would say vibe check, question mark?
I check. I'm not wearing a vibe.
Alright, so we go land.
Okay. So, you begin your descent, and I again won't necessarily make you roll for this, given that you have already been through so much. And you descend upon the given location. Oh, thank you, Lee. You're so courteous. And you find, as you descend, that you are greeted by a number of...
Greeted by a number 7.
Yeah, you're greeted by a number of Veer, who are all dressed in what you assume is military regalia. They look you up and down, and one of them says, "The herd has been expecting you for some time." "Indeed," another one of them answers. "We should like to see your cargo."
Yeah. Well, and I kind of look around and I give a nod. And I'm assuming, do we still have him in the cryopod, or do we wake him up? I don't think we woke him up.
Up to you. How would
I
you like
think we
to
should have
dealt
woken him up, like, because if he's in the cryopod, like, I think we should be able to shoot him very quickly if, you know, they don't have the second half of our money.
All right, yeah. I think that we walk him out, and yeah, you know, I got the gun out, and I'm like, "You've seen him. Now, the money."
Indeed. The money will be sent over to you digitally.
One of them says, "You think that it might be Farfly? You're not sure. They seem to have the same diction, though."
The money will be sent over to you as soon as he is in our custody.
I am pointing the gun at him, and I'm gonna say,
Oh my god.
I'm gonna say, "Listen, this isn't our first rodeo. Ghost, take your bedsheet off."
What? I was supposed to wear that?
And I'm gonna say, "Listen, our friend here really, really enjoys non-arrived cargo. So go ahead, wait a few more meters until he's in your custody. But if the money doesn't hit and he begins to reach anything like cover, you're gonna have a corpse. And that blown open brain cage doesn't have any codes left."
And I'm like, well, I mean, we haven't looked yet. You never know.
Right. So
Of course.
we're watching, and I've got my gun up, and I'm now stood more into the ramp.
All
Yeah.
right, fine, very well. Take a look at your slates, if you will.
He says, as he presses a button on his slate, again, of brass make, it appears. And you see a light on the horizon, and your piranha explodes behind you.
Wait, we're
Please, roll your armor.
Oh my god.
Okay.
They gave us the ship.
Man, god fucking damn it. If one of these groups would at least lube me up before they fucked me.
Oh god, we're fucked.
Oh, armor is what we're rolling. Armor. Armor. I don't wear any armor.
Okay, I tell the meat to open fire.
The meat seems to gleefully respond. "Oh, of course. It's my absolute and then shuts down.
Say, I'm taking you with me, you racist fuck, as I aim for his head and pull the trigger. If I'm still alive, actually, I did just get blown up.
Yes. Well, so I'm going to say everybody is about at 1 HP.
Well, okay,
for
you don't know
the
how
I was about to
much
say,
we
there's
have,
literally no way that's possible. I got
like,
no armor
I mean,
successes and I have the less health.
We're at the end of the session. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
but
if you
that
wanna
seems
just
like way
kill my
too much for me.
character,
I got
I'm
one
fine.
armor. I have 7 stamina
okay,
and 4
fine.
health.
You
That's
are standing up.
ridiculous.
You're standing up. Everybody else is on their feet, or on their backs. Hydra, you may have taken 1 or 2 shrapnels to the internal organ, but you are standing tall as the Veer approaches and says, "Unfortunate that the execution had to be handed out by someone of your stature rather than us, the people that he committed those crimes against all those
I'm gonna
years ago."
plasma torch the Veer. I'm not listening to this fucking monologue. This person just betrayed us. I attempt to murder them.
Ah, yes. Well, wonderful. I'm gonna roll an armor for that. But that seems to be pretty fucking solid.
No, I think it's also 84.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, the no armor. Yeah. You burn Flyfar to death. In front of.
It is regrettable that he was not able to be executed the proper.
As you know, this guy's dead, and the rest of the
screaming MP3 from Fallout New Vegas.
the rest of the associates assemble upon you and say, "For the herd!" as they draw weapons, sabers, and other utensils. Some of them guns, many of them instruments of various sorts. As a voice comes on. The intercom of all of them at the same time and says, "Greetings. I am the Cormorant. Stand down. I wish to converse with the smugglers." The Veer seem to respond to that. They've stood down, even though they're quickly approaching you with a lot
I
of
have a
guns.
question. What happened to the guy? Is he escaping? I assume he's running.
Oh, I
How'd you
assume
kill
he's
him?
already died.
I'm gonna be... If you let me cutscene kill him, okay.
Yeah, no, like, yeah, he was an Imperial shit. Like, you know, he was going to be executed upon arrival.
Okay, well, while we have this moment of time, I'm gonna see if I can get the meat back online.
All right.
I mean, I guess I'll laying on my back in the grass, hop on the comms, and be like, "Hello."
All right, give me a systems. Yep. The meat is back online, and says, "Thank you so much."
I'm like, okay, temporarily lay fire. We
Have to
may be getting out
remove
of this.
from me. As the Veer surrounding you say, or their translator boxes in unison say, "I'm the Cormorant, an agent of the Vanguard. We have use of your skills. Should you wish to work with us further after
Oh,
this."
I'm sorry. After this job went so well
You fucking blew up our ship on delivery. What
and
makes-
attempted to murder us.
Blew up our ship on delivery of somebody we intended to kill all along.
Well, you could have just fucking told us that up front. We gave no shit about this person. Like, you could have just said you wanted him alive so you could kill him. That's just fine. But seriously,
Yeah,
like,
if anything, that would have made it more fun. We could have taunted him with it the whole time.
Yeah, I was planning to...
We had to keep various factions in the dark so as to facilitate this action. But it's okay, because your success has been noted and looked upon favorably by outside factors. We have another job for you, should you accept.
Oh.
Are you gonna pay us for the last one?
Of course. You succeeded in your mission.
I'm just laying there burnt and the blown...
I'm gonna be honest, I'm here
shovel.
for it. That last one was a lot of fun, guys. That was a pretty good one. We can go for another.
Sorry, we're gonna need some kind of better guarantee about you not murdering us at the end.
Oh, of course. We never intended to kill you. Only your cargo. This was a test.
Oh, I'm
We have
sorry. What
need-
was the part about the ship exploding then?
Wow, that was because of your actions. Nothing further.
Demanding
The
we get
transfer
paid?
had gone as
Ah.
planned. Then we wouldn't have had to show our face. You understand.
No, I don't understand. What I understand is that. Okay, tell me about the second job.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious about this other job, I'll admit.
There are many factors at play within the colloquially termed bees space. There is an empire that's blocking our ingress, but has no beef with Trinity, as it were. We have need of infiltrators to secure trade lines between our two nations. Should you choose to accept, you will open communications between the Vanguard and one of the more influential Bees Queentums. Should you decline, have fun getting off of our planet.
Just tell me up front if you want us to
You make
kill
a
the
pretty solid
broad.
offer.
If you want me to assassinate the queen, just tell us. We'll drop a brick on her from orbit. God. Xenophobia to xenophilia.
I mean, is there any xenophobia to want to kill a genocider?
No,
I'm gonna be honest. Like, I mean,
I meant the
obviously,
plan where we were
issues
gonna
with
bring
the
him here
methods.
alive.
Issue with the methods, but like, you know, hey, righteous
kicked-
cause.
I
I would
kicked the
say.
corpse. I have a question. What's the doctor doing?
Oh, I assumed the doctor died in the combat, but if she's still,
No, I think she died in the
Clinging to life.
explosion.
yeah,
I assumed
I think she died in the explosion. She was a one-off character.
Oh, heavens to Betsy!
Well, yep.
Oh, heavens
you
to Betsy
You make a
DeVos.
convincing argument. I don't have another way off this planet. I'd
Yeah,
be
I mean,
happy
I
to
think
work
we
for
take the
you.
deal and then probably just like leave
and-
the second we're unsupervised.
Yeah. Remove the kill switches from the vehicles we're given.
Yeah.
God, we probably should have checked for those.
I mean, sorry, to be clear, that was actually like not your ship exploding of its own accord, but rather an off-screen vehicular.
The light on the horizon, as in someone like shot a missile at it. Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
I thought it was the light rising on the third day with Gondalf.
Oh yeah, I thought that they had a kill switch and everything. Okay.
Yeah, they just shot you.
I mean,
Legit.
still seems kind of dumb. Like we were handing the guy over. They could have probably, faked a money transfer if they didn't feel like paying us, which really they're still going to do. So I really don't understand what they were trying to accomplish at all.
Fair enough. All right, so game over. You can give me critiques now. But the point behind them doing that was to assess your relative trustworthiness, and
All it cost
sadly,
them was the life of
Okay.
Firefly.
I'll throw my feedback into the feedback.
Yeah,
hat
I'm
real
sorry.
quick.
Like, did we pass the trustworthiness test? How does that happen?
So, yeah, you can tell how trustworthy a person is by their explosive resistiveness. If they're easy to explode, not very trustworthy. For example, can't trust them to not be exploded.
True.
But for legit feedback, I thought a lot of the characters in this session were some of my all-time faves. I thought it was really cool actually playing out some of that like dynamic that's we talked about a bit in the past but never really played with. With like you're a spacer crew, every time you go to a new place, it's gonna be at least months, many times years since you left by outside time. And I thought it was really neat to play a game that did that. Pacing was a bit of an issue, partly due to technical problems, partly just.
I dragged it down. I should have stayed. I should have stayed shut the fuck up in that first conversation.
No, it's fine.
No, it literally.
It's
I don't
on.
think like. I just the pacing was a little bit plotting. I don't think it was any individual's fault.
I definitely have been out of the game for a bit. This is definitely like my first real game since coming back from vacation.
This
So
is still one of my.
Actually
And I mean, yeah,
timely
the ending
for
is a little
you.
contrived.
pretty
It's a
tight
little
for
bit
me.
contrived. Like I
Fair.
really like this. I think that this was one of my favorite sessions we've done. But if they just did shoot at us, everything
Yeah.
would have made more
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, I
Sorry
mean,
about
or
that.
if they'd actually just like killed us, like that would have also made sense. But
I
like,
expected to die in a firing arc because there's no way like I'm sorry like the Vanguard Boom Squad Like, the meat's gonna go down last, but we're dying.
That's exactly the thought process that I had, and I was like, how do I sell that they're not gonna get out of this?
Yeah, sorry, I'll save
Yeah.
my feedback for my face.
Fair enough. Max, anything further?
Nope. But I mean, just overall, I was a fan.
Okay, cool, thanks. Let's go with Madeline.
Okay, so I mean, it was good, but I feel like the problem at the beginning was that like there were. I mean, and maybe probably this just should have been a 2-shot, but like there were a lot of bits where it felt like it would be more interesting if we actually kind of did the thing. Where like we should have been like. Should have just given us like the funds, and we should have been the ones bribing people and negotiating, like finding that stuff out. I felt like that could have been really interesting, but instead we literally just like drove there, picked up a dude, drove back. Like I feel like there were a lot of more interesting ways this could have gone as a career mission, and like there were still interesting things in it, but it felt like there was a lot of kind of missed potential there.
No, I actually really totally agree with you. I think it would have been a lot more interesting if I'd come up with a dossier of characters that you could hypothetically interact with, and you chose and picked which ones.
Yeah, and I still think that like, you know, the characters were cool, but yeah, we just didn't get a lot of time to actually like interact with them or like need something from them other than the thing they were either like going to give us because they were successfully bribed by someone else off screen, or not going to give us because they were, you know, offered something higher or changed their minds or something also off screen.
Totally. I think the last
mean,
half of this, I definitely failed to deliver on some of the promises that I was hoping to. Especially.
But it was still interesting. Yeah, I mean, and I think Max's idea of like, you know, having like actually doing the kind of stuff is different after you spend like a couple years in cryo is cool, and like doing even more of that would be really interesting than just having like one new type of ship. Like, especially, I feel like this session, like, is with the characters we had, it would have been fun if like we had, you know, to actually like do something more than just like get our exposition in a cantina or something. Like, I think this would have been a really fun crew to take to like Spirit of Rin's Black Market or something, like, and go somewhere.
Yeah.
Culturally changing. But it was still fun.
No. I really appreciate that. I'll note that for future use.
And I love the like way the ship looks. Like the coloring is so beautiful, and it's such a cool like style of ship. And the new Rask ship was really cool looking too.
Spent a lot of time on the art.
Wait, there was a new Rast ship?
The
The new Trinity ship.
Oh,
yeah,
It was captained by a Rast.
yes, a Rastian Trinity Marshal or Trinity
That
Intelligence
guy was
Officer.
fun. Honestly, like, I think it's just, I am always interested in why people who aren't like Trinity are kind of there. And he seemed like a really interesting character.
I would have delved further into that if I had any idea what I was doing in terms of space combat. And as it was, it turned out that I absolutely don't know how space combat works. So
Yeah, I
expect
forgot
to
how
that.
it works too.
I should have
And we
done
didn't have a
more
lot
to
of time for it
facilitate that, my
anyway.
bad. But yeah, the whole time with the clock, I was like, oh fuck, we have to fit space combat at the back of this.
Yeah,
thing.
no, I mean it is 1 a.m. So like we kind of did end on time for like late.
For a Pat game, we're practically early.
Luke says that she missed most of
Exactly.
it, but the beginning and ending were entertaining to listen to. Wonderful. Of course, viewers can also leave feedback in Discord. It just hasn't happened. So
Yeah!
figure that out.
Yeah, so I'm done. Lee can go.
Okay,
Alright, so
go for it.
Lee, so like intro beating was a mixed bag of time payoff. So it was nice to come back and meet people. But another way to have done this, right, would have been tee us off and just say, like, you know the deal. Having us meet Farfly is worth it because of how you've structured this plot. But that probably needed to go faster. Then we would get to have more time with the rabbit and potentially have her, like, fake us out. Like give us reason to doubt her so she can watch how we squirm and what we try and do defensively, and like mind game, is she gonna sell us out, you know, keep her relevant, you know. And I think she's a great character who I intend to make reference to at least in all future Freelandia games, because
Definitely.
very fun
she's
that
there.
she has, like, they give her like the absolute shit bags, but they don't mind because, you know, she's blatantly corrupt.
And she also hated, like, she just wants to see what happens.
Yeah, but overall.
Yeah, actually, like in 10 years, she'll be running Smuggler's Haven or the whatever the bar is.
Oh, she's the worst. I think she'd go through legitimate means, though, is the worst part of it. She'd never be running a smuggler's outfit. That's below her stature.
A lot of other stuff is stuff where, like, I feel like I probably need to make the map better, but I didn't realize what would happen. Then again, I didn't know what would happen either. But I just kind of felt like I had questions about the nature of the facility that I probably didn't put it. I had
Like the Trinity facility that didn't have stairs on it so people couldn't evacuate.
Yeah.
Faults of the design.
I
mean, they definitely didn't have like working elevators, so they were cutting corners.
I mean, but stairs are easier to make than an elevator. Like the fact that they didn't like make it, a fire safety standard we have now was funny to me.
I can't think of anything else, honestly, that isn't like deeply tied to the fact that like I made some of these maps and items and encounters, and I thought I'd do them differently. Other than just you told me a version of this plot at the end that I thought would work better. Because you said they show up and they're like, oh, you're those dirty pirates, because there's like Jackdaw hasn't told us the truth about the deal, and Farfly maybe wasn't really authorized to do this, or once the deal went bad, like it got out, and like mood changed, and like so they were supposed to accost us as pirates and arrest us or whatever.
Yeah, I flubbed the ending.
It's all good. But like I was thinking, it was really interesting when the other party members were like, we should go somewhere else. And me, knowing this was on some tier in ambush, having to bite my tongue and not like strongly be, yeah, we definitely shouldn't go to the Vanguard. You love Pat's image and Station and Asteroids? It is absolutely.
Thank you.
That
was
all the art,
amazing.
10 out of 10. It was a visually very nice game. Even with the some of the jankier maps, I thought this game looked good.
Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, no, Lee, I told you a version of it that I intended to play out, and towards the end, I was,
I mean, it doesn't always happen how we
where I
plan it.
was.
That's just how it goes with these games. I know that feeling. Yeah, I don't have anything else to really knock on here. I'm ready to raid if everyone else is ready to raid.
All right, let's go for it.
Good, your friend, she loved it too. Wonderful. Well, maybe you can stop by next Saturday, another Pat game. Monday,
an
road,
earlier time slot.
All the days between, me desperately trying to finish our game. Woohoo! We are into the lore section, rewriting the human section. Oh my goodness, there's quite a bit. All right, so we're raiding the Outcast Guild.
Even more now.
See you on the flip. Farewell,
All right, so while during a bit of the game, I came up with a pitch for a one-shot.
I'm hitting it. Boom. Okay, we're gone.